Nayokinzambe motindo ya pasi banyokolio yaka pembeni na salise wayo ya motema tomandi bomwana tomeseninga na yo dunia tomandi bomwana kimoninga na miso ya mama esalima pena yo baokomi na pasi na zate na ya kozwa yo tozonga na Kinshasa ya elodi mapasa lokumu ya fami boti wapi ya elodi mapasa lokumu ya fami boti wapi. Oyebani bomwana totamboli Kenya mobimba na yo Nairobi Mombasa Nakuru Kisumu toyebani
Valu baby, na homa mina wetuwe, achana valu dale, dalilio, sina valu baby, nataka mina wetuwe, achana valu dale.
Je t'aime, tulakalipa kutana, sijawahi fikiria tutachana, lakini tulivyopendana, ule unaniumiza sana.
Upendo gani na sikuoni baby, upendo gani upatikani hane, upendo gani uniamini baby.
Valu,
upendo gani na sikuoni baby, upendo gani upatikani hane, upendo gani uniamini baby.
Valu,
sila valu baby, naomba mina wetuwe, achana valu dale.
Nalele lelio na lelio.
Sina valu valu baby, nataka mimi na wewe tuwe, achana valu valu dele.
Je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime.
Ah, je t'aime. Unapenda vitu vya unapenda dezo bwana we umetuchosha. Unapenda vitu vya maisha yako dezo bwana we umetuchosha. Pombe unaomba, sigara utaki kuacha, bwana we yamekufika. Kodi ya nyumba hulipi, maji yameshakatwa, operesheni hata umeme tunafika.
Mama, Conversation is going round. People talking about the colors come to town. Lovely lady, pretty as can be. No one knows her name, she's just a mystery. I have seen her maybe once or twice. One thing she really knew, she's very nice. She's a lady, but I don't really wanna know. Somehow I have to let my feelings show. She's fresh, so fresh, exciting. She's so exciting to me.
She's fresh, so fresh,
exciting, so inviting to me. Fresh as a summer breeze, so beating at my heart. She means so much to me. I want to take her in the heart. She's fresh, so fresh.
she's fresh, so fresh. She's so fresh. She's so fresh. She's so fresh. She's fresh, so fresh. She's so fresh. She's so fresh. She's so fresh. She's fresh, so fresh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa live in Nairobi. And now, let's put our hands together for the PSA host, Nelson Mandela Onyikwa.
Good morning once again. Good morning. I hope you're well. I hope you had an insightful evening last night. Welcome to the second day of the 4th Africa Symposium. I'm delighted to be your host, and this event is basically to gain the insights on the data protection and the like. We did quite a lot of thoughtful discussions yesterday, and we are doing them today. We are bringing up even more today. An appreciation to the band, and I'd like to welcome all of you to Strathmore. And as we continue, I'd like to appreciate our organizers for this event. That's Unwanted Witness, which is a non-for-government institution that seeks to create secure and censored online platforms in partnership with the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology, whose mission is to study, create, and share knowledge on the development of intellectual property and information technology. I'd like to also appreciate our partners for this event. That's we have Privacy International, we have Civil Rights Defenders, we have Bowmans, we have KitNatNet, we have D4D Hub, the African Union, we have Academy, we have DW Academy, and all the guys who are here. I would like to appreciate you for all those who have tweeted us at _PSA 2022. And at this point, yesterday we did a lot in terms of data. Today we are building it up. So before we delve into that, I'd like us to be upstanding for 3 national anthems, then we'll proceed as we continue.
Sote na tushereke pamoja ushindi kwa ukombozi wetu. Tujitoe wenyewe, tusimame pamoja kulinda uhuru na umoja wetu. Enyi Bwana na binti wa Afrika, tuungane sote tuimbe pamoja, kuenzi shikamano hatima yetu. Tujitoe wenyewe kupambana pamoja, uhuru na umoja vitawale. Enyi Bwana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Tuungane sote na tujibidishe kutoa kilicho bora kwa Afrika. Chimbuko la wanadamu, chemchemi ya utamaduni, tumaini letu wakati wa mafarakano. Enyi Bwana na binti wa Afrika, mwili wa jua, mwili wa anga, tuifanye Afrika mti wa uzima. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Mungu nguvu yetu, amkeni ndugu zetu, na tujenge taifa letu.
Thank you so much. We could kindly take our seats. So as I was alluding earlier, yesterday we had thoughtful discussions whereby we started on thought-defining masterclasses. We had a panel on the use of data in the digital and humanitarian works. We've wrapped it up with a panel on sovereignty in the cloud and cross-border. And today we are picking it up a notch higher and will address different aspects in the artificial intelligence, that's machine learning, balancing benefits and respect of the privacy. In the afternoon, we'll wrap it up with a panel on human rights concerns related to public-private surveillance. And all these are here at the 4th Privacy Symposium Africa. But before that, we'll have a very thoughtful keynote address from a very delightful lady all the way from the plains of the Serengeti, who will give us insights on effective data protection policies in Africa. At this point, I'd like us to take a moment and reflect on all these aspects that we are going to do. And before that, we'll share a video on Unwanted Witness and what it does, and to define what this civil rights institution does. So at this point, I'd like us to have a look at the video on Unwanted Witness protection.
Unwanted Witness was established in 2012 to respond to a gap in communication using the internet. We established on the fact that that the technology internet is used contributes to the realization of good governance and human rights. And our vision, we stand for an open, free, secure, and inclusive internet that contributes to the promotion of human rights. On the basis of that vision, over the years, Unwanted Witness has trained a number of human rights defenders in digital safety and security, but also appreciating digital rights. Digital rights, for many people, it was not a human right, to ensure that policies are in place to really improve the innovation, to support innovation, ensure that policies are in place to ensure that infrastructure is extended to even the farthest place in this country. But we're also big on research as Unwanted Witness. We believe in evidence-based advocacy, and therefore we do a lot of research. So we've done research that shows that institutions that are supposed to protect people are not really protecting people, and therefore leaving the women very vulnerable when they get online. And so this research has led to our engagement with different law enforcement agencies. We've worked with police, trained different police officers in different parts of the country on why it matters for them to look at violence against women as a crime, you know, because we've learned that all the time law enforcement really trivializes the issue of gender-based violence online. But you also present before policy positions, we present alternative papers to Parliament with a view of improving the ecosystem. We came up with the privacy scorecard, which really assesses the different data collectors on how they comply with the law. But we know that technology by its nature is borderless, and therefore protecting Ugandans without looking at the other African countries or looking at the globe where Ugandans' data is shared is not enough. And so we extend this, the privacy scorecard to different countries that have data protection laws. Unwanted Witness has also taken conversations of digital rights away from boardrooms, hotels, to spaces where communities really reside, places like markets, border community, ensuring that everybody appreciates the importance of digital rights. As one of our achievements as Unwanted Witness is having so many people now talking about digital rights, knowing that internet is a right. This was demonstrated when internet was cut off during elections, when we had a shutdown. Everybody felt the pinch of why internet shouldn't be shut down. All the work that has been accomplished by Unwanted Witness is done by a team of dedicated staff. This team works day and night to ensure that Ugandans appreciate the digital rights. This team has worked day and night to ensure that Uganda has a data protection law. This team has worked day and night to ensure that conversations around digital rights reach the last person in the rural countryside. This team has made Unwanted Witness what it is up to this date. So it's because of this team that today we have a data protection law as a country. And it's because of this team that we have people appreciating that the right to privacy really matters. It's our dream to see that safeguards around surveillance are very, very stringent, that people are protected even when they get on the street. We want to see that connectivity gets to the last person, We want to see the last mile that the government of Uganda is talking about get to be realized. So while Unwanted Witness has achieved so much in the area of digital rights, we acknowledge that challenges do still exist. Challenges around having the really policies that defend and promote digital rights. We're seeing increasingly laws that really take away the right for people to really use the internet, but also laws that really criminalize the use of internet. Laws that take away our right to privacy, laws that really take away our right to freedom of expression, laws that take away our right to assemble, laws that really take away our right to even access the gadgets. We would like to see a world where technology really works for the people. Technology serves to respect the rights of the people. The technology that really is accessible by everyone, we would like to see a world where the laws really safeguard rights, rather than take away the rights of the people. This is our dream. And therefore we're calling on everybody to join the voices of change.
Would like to invite Honorable Nima Lulangira, the founding chair of the African Parliamentary Network on the Internet Governance, APNIG, and a member of the Parliament of Tanzania, to give today's keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. As introduced, my name is Nima Lugangira. I'm a member of parliament in Tanzania, but I'm also the founding chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. And I was supposed to do this keynote virtually, but having seen the program and taking into account the importance of this discussion, I decided at the very last minute that let me figure out a way for myself to come here physically to show the importance of the discussion here today, but to also showcase the way in which ourselves as legislators, we are committed to such agendas and kind of remove the notion that parliamentarians are inaccessible, remove the notion that it's difficult to get parliamentarians, remove the notion that to get parliamentarians, you need to foot all their bills, because I'm here on my own bill. I think Dorothy can attest to that. To diminish the notion that parliamentarians or politicians are not going to get these technical agendas. So that is why I'm here first and foremost, to showcase the commitment of African parliamentarians, to showcase the commitment of African parliamentarians in pushing forward digital inclusion, digital development in our continent, and to showcase our commitment in wanting to be part of the discussion. Because for so long, you, our colleagues, have left us out of the discussion. So I am here to remind you of that importance, that we need to work together. If any of the things that you're discussing here are to materialize, because at the end of the day, we are the legislators. We are the ones who have the key towards creating enabling legislative environment or a legislative environment that is not conducive. So I'm sincerely grateful to Unwanted Witness for giving me the great honor of delivering this keynote. And it is in that regard that I felt that, yes, I can deliver this virtually, but I think there will be, and you guys will be the judge of it, there will be more power in me doing it, being here, present physically. And further to that, at the moment, the Parliament of Tanzania is sitting, we're in session, but I managed to get approval to skip only today. So I traveled from Dodoma to Dar last evening, left Dar, I was at the airport at 3 a.m. to catch the flight 5 a.m. to come here by 7 a.m. And I leave today and go back to Parliament with a 5 a.m. tomorrow. And I have a contribution in Parliament tomorrow. So just to showcase the commitment of my coming here. So with that brief kind of intro, I'll now go into my keynote. I have 6 main points that I'm going to touch on. So the first one is on data protection. I tried to follow up the discussion a little bit online yesterday, and there was a lot of talk about the Malabo Convention, in the sense that we have the Malabo Convention, but not many countries have ratified it. We also have the African Union Data Policy Framework. Now with these two, one of the biggest gaps is our involvement as parliamentarians in the process building up to the drafting and passing of those documents. And I myself as a parliamentarian, if there is something that I've not participated in and I'm involved in at the end, the way in which there will be my buy-in is different to something which I've participated in. So for so long, different documents are being passed with the expectation that once it's passed, as parliamentarians in our different national parliaments, we will just pass them. So, and that can be one of the contributing facts why the Malabo Convention, and particularly on the part of cybersecurity, is where it is. Right now in Africa, there's about, I think 32 to 34 African countries that have data protection acts. And there's even a network of African data protection authorities. And I'm actually very pleased that Tanzania was not one of those countries with a data protection act in place. I think even within East Africa community, we were one of the 3 countries that still didn't have one. But just 2 days ago, 1st of November, we passed the data protection bill in our parliament. So we're waiting for the next step for Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan to sign it into act. So we will join our colleagues in East Africa community and also the African continent as a bloc. I think this is where you should clap for us as Tanzania. But at the same time, let us, it's important to understand that with data, people extract data for free and capitalize on the data, make revenue from the data that is being extracted. And at the same time, much as we have data protection acts in our respective countries, there's the issue of cross-border data flows. How do we then manage, for example, data being shared within EAC, data being shared within ECOWAS for West Africa, data being shared within SADC, data being shared within the African continent, especially when we have the AFCFTA, the agricultural free zone. And all of those things, we need to address them. So much as we have data protection acts in place, how do we then handle cross-border data flows? How do we handle sharing of data across borders? But most importantly, how do we handle the data that is stored in satellites? Because there's a lot of our data is stored in satellites. Do our countries have access to the data stored in satellites? What mechanisms can be used so that we have that access? So those are also discussions that we need to have, because oftentimes we focus in country, we focus the flow between one country and another, but we tend to forget the data being stored in space. And most of that data is handled by foreign entities. If it's satellite, it's a foreign company, or it's a foreign, from a foreign territory that own the satellites. And it's very expensive as well. So how do we get access to that data? So those are things also we need to consider, and we need to find ways of bridging that gap. Moving along, the second issue is on digital rights. There is something that oftentimes gets forgotten when we're talking about digital rights, and this is the Universal Periodic Review at the United Nations level. Many of us don't know that there is an opportunity every year. All our governments go to this UPR meeting to discuss areas of human rights. And they usually scores, areas of improvement that are outlined, and then governments accept some, reject some, etc. And there is a component of digital rights. Universal Periodic Review for digital rights. So we need to ask ourselves, as digital rights advocates, data protection advocates, do we ever look at the issue of UPR, digital rights UPR? Do we know, for example, Kenya, what were the UPR, what were the recommendations of digital rights on the UPR? Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Nigeria, South Africa, wherever it may be. And if we know what the UPR has recommended our respective governments to improve upon in terms of the digital rights elements, then what efforts are we making to ensure that our governments make that progress? Because that's another critical angle that we have, but often it's kind of not so much focused on. And even the human rights activists focus on the other human rights elements, but not so much on the digital rights. So I think that's something that I can put forward to all of you as a challenge to see what role are we playing in strengthening our government's implementation of the UPR recommendations. Because usually the UPR recommendations, once they're made, governments accept. So those recommendations that governments have accepted to work on, how are we contributing to that agenda? Third item is freedom of expression. And here I'm going to be a bit different to how most of people perceive freedom of expression, and I'm going to be as candid as possible. And oftentimes when we talk about freedom of expression, we look at freedom of expression, one side of freedom of expression. But we need to understand that offline rights are equally online rights. Now I'll give a scenario. If, let's say, you come to me right now and start verbally abusing me, verbally attacking me, I am within my right to call the police on you. Is that correct? In the real world, right? I will be within my right to call the police on you, that you're harassing me, or you've made me feel any type of way, and I'll be within my legal rights for doing so. But now, when it comes to online, you attack me, abuse me, do all kinds of things, vindict me, whatever. And apparently, I don't have a right to report on that, because apparently that is freedom of expression. But is that really freedom of expression? Apparently, if you raise a voice, if you raise an alarm and complain about it, apparently you don't want to take criticism. But is that criticism? So I think it's very important when we're advocating for freedom of expression, and freedom of expression is critical, it's important. We need to look at two sides, because you should not use your freedom of expression to make me not be able to use my freedom of expression. But what's happening right now in the online space, it's a group of people are using their freedom of expression of making another group not be able to use their freedom of expression, therefore leading to self-censoring. And if it reaches a point that a certain group cannot be online and engage effectively because of fear, hence resulting into self-censoring, then there's a problem somewhere. And I'm happy that as time is going, there's a lot of recognition of issues of hate speech and things like that. But where do we draw the line? When is it acceptable and when is it not acceptable? And how do we change that? How do we build a better culture of freedom of expression to fulfill the true meaning of freedom of expression? Because again, one of the unfortunate scenarios is that this sector has developed over time without being governed. It has been left to develop without policy and legislation. So now we're catching up. So people are used of interacting in a certain way for so long. But we need to collaborate together to figure this out. Because the risk of that is leaving room to us as legislators to come up with stringent regulations to curb this behavior, which may not be the best thing. So how then do we avoid that? We must work together and figure out what is freedom of expression, what is acceptable freedom of expression, and what is not freedom of expression. I say this because as a female parliamentarian, I personally and my colleagues go through horrific online abuse, horrific. To the point that when I was sat on the chair and photographer came. He sat there. I had to first check myself that too much level of skin won't be showing accidentally. It's that bad. If I take a picture with a man in a public space, in a meeting, I have to make sure that he's not too close, even if we're friends, so that there's not going to be any level of abuse on myself or on him. But why is that so? Because we've let a group of people claim that they're using freedom of expression, claim that as a politician, you should accept to be criticized. But what they do is, instead of focusing on the agenda, because they have no agenda, they have no content, so what they do is they shift from the agenda to the gender. And unfortunately, being a female, everything is sexualized. And in our African context, a female politician, the worst thing you can ever get is a sexualized scandal or trending or anything, be it true or not. So myself, as a legislator, and as a person who is day in, day out, living this reality of enormous online abuse that is sexualized, not based on the content, not based on something, a person having content to critique me. And mind you, I'm a legislator. What type of law do you think I would want? Even if it were you, let's be very sincere. Let's be very candid here. What type of law would you want? Especially because right now, there is no mechanism to call 911 on those people like I would do in the real world. What kind of law would I want? To add on to it, there was a time, I think that was the worst online abuse I've ever had. It took a few days, maybe a week or two, enormous amount of trolling, all social media platforms to WhatsApp level, like each and every social media platform, to the point that it got to my kids in schools. It was very bad. But throughout that period, human rights defenders didn't call it out. Why? Because apparently, when you're a politician, you should handle it. But is that so? Apparently, if you decide to get into politics, then you should know this will come with a package and you should accept it. But is that so? So then what option would I have as a legislator? The option that I would have, and I have control over, is to lobby for the most stringent legislation. And then once I do that, for example, then what will happen? Then you guys will start complaining and see what these politicians are doing, making it impossible for us, blocking freedom of expression. But when the attacks are going on, the majority of you put a blind eye to it. Why? So I'm here to kind of shed light that we should not be one-sided. We should look at all angles in totality so that we can come up with a common solution. Because we want the online space to be safe for everyone. You're having very good discussions, and a lot of them are happening. But if legislators are not online because we have decided to self-censor, how are we going to know about your discussions? How are you going to inform our thinking, our policy making, our legislative making? How are you going to inform our discussions if we're not engaging on your online space? So I'm personally a strong supporter of freedom of expression, because in my understanding, it is an opportunity for individuals to voice issues that they're not happy about, to voice issues that they would like change on, to voice issues and critique their leaders in things that they're doing that is not right. If I'm not doing something that is right, or I tabled something in parliament, or I promised something somewhere and there is no delivery of it, certainly you should check me. Put me in perspective. So freedom of expression is important. And the internet has transformed the way, transformed the way the democratic state is, which is to the benefit, because the people also have the power to voice their opinion. But all I'm saying is we need to also look at the other side of the coin, which is often ignored because it is critically important, especially when one of the biggest complaints on freedom of expression is stringent legislation. So we need to ask ourselves, what would not know the realities. But even there we need to find strategic opportunities to take such interventions to the peripheral regions. One thing that I did after seeing this gap in Tanzania, I set up an NGO called Omuka Hub. Omuka means home, which is focusing on accelerating digital inclusion in peripheral regions. And we picked the most peripheral regions in the country. And these regions, even when you look at the GDP profile contribution, they'll be on the bottom tile. And what I do everywhere that I go, I sing peripheral regions song. It's like a national anthem now for me, to try and instill the importance of communities, last mile communities, because that's where the majority of the people are. Majority of the people are not in the urban, are in the rural. We're talking about agriculture. 60% to 70% of our population is in agriculture. They're in the rural. How can they access digital tools without providing data? If they want to use apps, they need to provide the data. Extension officers always collecting data from them. Whoever is going, collecting data from them. How do they know their data is being used? Sometimes I see a lot of agriculture-related apps that are being developed. And then I ask myself, do rural farmers know how to use the apps? Because they don't even know how to use a smartphone. So who are the apps for? So these are the gaps that we also need. I believe when we're pushing for data protection, digital rights, we also need to remember communities in peripheral regions. By excluding them, then we cannot achieve digital rights or data protection in totality. Finally, as I earlier started, it is without a doubt that there is a clear gap between digital tech sector and legislators, between civic tech and legislators. The time in which civic tech or CSOs will engage parliamentarians is when they hear there is a bill in parliament that maybe has a link to what they work on their work. Other than that, they would not, very rarely. And this has happened for so long in different countries across Africa. And the biggest excuse is it's impossible to access parliamentarians. That's biggest excuse number one. Totally, you can't access them. Excuse number two is these politicians are not going to get it. And you accept and you remain comfortable with the fact that these politicians are not going to get it. But you forget, by you letting us remain without understanding, you're actually putting yourselves at risk, because then we're going to make legislation that is uninformed. That is the risk. You forget that your best allies are us, legislators. So why not work towards capacitating us instead of using that, these politicians, all they know is politics. Yeah, all we know is politics, but we are the ones who sit in the houses and make the laws. So later on, when the laws are passed, we start complaining. And you're the ones who know the trends of issues. For example, when we're talking about abuse, I spoke about abuse on women in politics, but there's also an increasing level of child abuse online. In each and every parliament, we have women parliamentarians. Would they not be allies to curb and address the issue of online child abuse online? Because all our children are online. You cannot avoid kids being online. But instead of engaging, we decide to say, these politicians are not going to get it. In Kiswahili, we say, wanasiasa. Wanasiasa too. No, leave them. So the risk of it is we will do what we know in our own capacity, and later on you'll point fingers. But actually, you shouldn't point fingers at us. You should point fingers back at yourselves, because you are aware of the issues. You're the ones with the knowledge. You're the ones with the capacity. Yet you choose to remain with it and point fingers and say, these politicians. So with that understanding, I took it upon myself to form the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. And the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance was launched on 19th July in Malawi at the African Internet Governance Forum. And currently we have 36 members of parliament from about 26 African countries. And the aim of that is to totally remove the excuse that parliamentarians are not accessible. Now it's upon you guys to look for us, because we are there. And that is why I've come here to tell you we are here. So if you don't look for us, you lose the legitimacy of using the excuse that parliamentarians are not accessible. Because out of the 26 countries that we have members in, if you want to meet parliamentarians, you will meet them through us. So you have no excuse. That's number one. But number two is we formed the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance to strengthen the role of African parliamentarians towards digital development in Africa. We want to be part of this journey, and not be part of the journey at the end of it, when everything has been decided, everything has been signed, and just at the end, we're expected to ratify or expected to work on the reforms that you advocate for, etc., etc. Number 3, there's a lot of power when a member of parliament in their respective national parliament advocates for an issue. I'll quickly give 3 examples. During last year's budget session in our parliament, I made a contribution and made a case that Tanzania should look into digital service tax or digital revenue sharing. Even if it's a small amount, we should get a percentage of that small amount because the revenues are being generated from Tanzania. And international tax, it's recognized country of origin, sales country of origin. This year, the government adopted that and introduced it. For so long, civil society had called for data protection. Last year, I tabled in Parliament that we needed data protection. Raised it, I think, about 3 times. This year, government brought it in. There's been a lot of issues on community networks. If you want to accelerate internet penetration and connectivity in peripherals, whilst we're waiting for the infrastructures and whatnot to come together, community networks are key. But in some countries, including Tanzania, community networks are treated as commercial. Civil society had tried for so long to advocate about that issue. This year in Parliament, in this year's budget session, I tabled the issue. And the government accepted to look into it. And right now we're going to work on a pilot in Bukoba to prove the issues that I was saying. Those 3 examples showcase the power of members of parliament if they're well informed, well capacitated, and champion agendas. So clearly we need to work together and not work in silos. Because we need you, since you guys have access to funding that you can do studies, you can, we can have workshops, we can do capacity building, etc. And you need us as your allies. So for that, we formed the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance to ensure that we can be a bridge in our countries, but also regionally and internationally. And at the same time, we recognize that our colleagues from Global North, for example, members of parliament from EU countries, members of parliament from the European Parliament, senators and congressmen and women from the US, from Canada, they also make laws there that impact us here. So through our network, we will also have dialogues with our colleagues to ensure that when they're making their decisions, they should also be informed of the realities of here, of Africa. And, you know, oftentimes you may come up with an idea, you may come up with an initiative, champion the initiative, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to end up leading it. So I have sincere gratitude to my fellow APNIG members. When we launched, we selected the leadership, and I was chosen to be the chairperson of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. The deputy chair is a member of parliament from the Gambia, Honorable Alhaji Mbo, and the secretary is a member of parliament from Ghana, Honorable Sam George. And I think that also goes to show that actually in the founding members, male MPs were more than us female MPs. But it goes to show even the respect and recognition of the abilities of women leaders that our colleagues have for unanimously selecting me to be the chairperson of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. So in conclusion, I once again thank very much Dorothy and your organization for giving me this great honor of being here today to deliver this keynote. I appeal to all of you to find ways to work with your parliamentarians. If we do not know, make us know. If we don't understand, make us understand. But don't leave us in the dark and then later on point fingers at us. The door to collaborate with the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance is open, and I'm here to showcase that. So from now going forward, it's upon you guys to take on this opportunity that I've brought forward to you. Thank you very much. Asante Nisan.
Thank you so much, Honorable Neema. A better round of applause. One thing you'd realize is, one thing we have gotten is that you can dictate it from the Bible that ask and it shall be given. I cannot summarize what she has said because she has said a lot. And the only thing I'll say about her is that you can clearly see the passion and why she has prioritized agendas on food, nutrition, security, digital development, community health, gender equality, quality digital development, and community health. So another round of applause to our keynote, and thank you so much for the struggle to come here. So next up, we are going into our first panel discussion for today, and this is basically delving in artificial intelligence, machine learning, balancing benefits and respect to the right to privacy in a data-driven economy. Basically, this panel will contextualize the usage of AI systems, machine learning, and implications. These are things that we've been discussing the past one day, and now will be discussed with the experts in that field who are in the area of regulatory. We have people who are in the area of equality, people in the area of commission and justice, and also it will be having a panel from one of our partners in Mozilla Foundation. So at this particular point, I'd like to welcome this particular session in artificial intelligence, machine learning, balancing benefits and respect to the right to privacy in data-driven economy. So announcer, I'd like you to welcome the moderator for this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the third panel, Wandiri Karimi. She's the Vice Chairperson of the Creative Economy Task Force set up by the Cabinet Secretary Ambassador Amina Mohamed to create strategies to guide the creative economy in Kenya. She holds a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Nairobi and a master's degree in intellectual property from the University of South Africa.
Good morning. Yes. My name is Wandiri Karimi, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you very much, Honorable Noema, for everything that you said. I'm particularly passionate about women in the space. I am a musician who studied law, and of course, you can imagine what it's like for us online. I'd like to immediately invite our physical panelist, who is here from ICJ. And then we have 4 other panelists who will be here virtually. A round of applause. I'm sure the buzzword AI, machine learning is something that we've had over and over again. If anyone is into movies and into TV shows, everything just looks like all our jobs will be taken by the machines, isn't it? But that's not exactly how it is. I think we really need to sort of embrace what our next, what our future is going to look like. And AI is, I guess, the future. And for us to be able to sort of do this in the right way, we need to really talk about what it means for data and what it means for Africans who are the data that is being used for this machine learning and for this AI. I'd like our panelists to introduce themselves. And Santana, maybe you can go straight into that and tell us more about yourself and the work that you do.
Okay. Thank you, Karimi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Santana Sibu. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with 6 years post-admission experience. I work at the Kenya section of the International Commission of Jurists, and I serve as an acting program manager And I also handle the portfolio on equality and inclusion and civic space, digital rights, and independent media. I spend most of my time designing and implementing projects and conducting research. And I'm very passionate about digital rights, and I'm happy to be here today.
What's the one thing that you've done in the last maybe 1 year that you're really excited about research-wise?
I would say in terms of the technology-assisted violence against women, as Honorable Lema was mentioning, that's actually an aspect of violence. Because if you put it in perspective, if someone did it to you physically, you would call the police, but online it's allowed. So that's, we've actually even developed a policy brief on that and made several recommendations on the ways that women are violated online.
And now you have the legislatures to talk to about.
Yeah.
Next, I think we'd like to hear an introduction from Mosa Tekiso. She executive head of the International Legal and Regulatory Vodacom Group. If we could get her.
Good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone. Apologies for not being able to make it to Nairobi. It would have been fantastic to be there with you in person. So I too have a legal background, and I sit in Johannesburg, and I look after digital and AI regulation for Vodacom Group, so looking after all our markets across the continent. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to a robust engagement.
Welcome, Mosa. The next panelist would like to introduce Amanda Manyame, Digital Law and Rights Advisor, Equality Now.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today. I am Amanda Manyame, and I'm Equality Now's digital law and rights expert. I work at the intersection of technology and law, and I provide digital rights and legal expertise around Equality Now's global campaigns to end online sexual exploitation and abuse, and to make the world, the digital world, a safe, secure, and equal place for women and girls.
Karibu sana, welcome. And Chennai Chair, the Senior Program Officer, Africa Mradi Innovation at Mozilla Foundation.
Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation. My name is Chennai Chair. I'm based in Harare, Zimbabwe, and I'm, as stated, Mozilla Senior Program Officer on Africa Innovation Mradi. And yeah, I'm pretty excited to share my thoughts on this session today.
So I'm really excited to have the opposite of a panel. Usually panels have just men, and now we have just women on the panel, and I think we will really speak about the gender issue quite extensively. But I just want to start with the first question to Chennai. The digital and data protection laws buzz started around 2018 with GDPR coming into play, and GDPR, as many would know, is the data protection protocol that the EU came up with, and it was developed over maybe about 20 years. So do you think, Chennai, that there is a need for EU and the African region to explore a coordinated response to AI governance based on the shared commitment to protecting fundamental rights and freedoms? Chennai.
Thank you so much for asking me to set the scene. I completely agree. I think there is a need for that collaboration to be existent. However, I think it needs to be framed from a position of where it's actually being led by the African continent and the African-related stakeholders, rather than what we've seen, say, for example, in the development of like regional model laws that have been shaped and driven in order for them to meet the requirements of the GDPR, then meeting the requirements of their own local context. So in research that I've done previously, say, for example, there's a paper that I actually wrote that I tried to understand the way in which gender is discussed in the GDPR and the SADC model law. And what was really clear was the lack of nuance of the context in which sexual life and sexual orientation was treated within the African region. And yes, gender and sex life were recognized in the model law, but that nuance in having provisions in which some of the data could be processed did not take into account how some of the laws existent in the SADC region can actually perpetrate harm based on sexual orientation. So I think what was interesting in just using that example is in trying to speak to people who were part of the conversation of developing the model law, which was also part of led by the European Union as part of the HIPSA agreement. There seemed to be a lack of recognition that some of the clauses that had been put forward would have a repercussion in the region, but there was an understanding that at least by GDPR standards, what we had was a model law that, met the GDPR standard of like you took sex life into account, you took gender into account, you had a data protection officer, you had certain things in place. So just to conclude on that, I think when we think about how collaboration should be done, it should be done in a way that is led by the African continent and African stakeholders, but also really based on that nuanced context of understanding the social, political, and economic dynamics that shape the way in which data is processed and is engaged with, and also the way in which technology is actually transplanted into the continent, where we're often seen as consumers of systems rather than developers of technology, and also prosumers, which means like consumers and users of the technology. So consumers, users, and producers of the technology. So I think that is, for me, the framing of the collaboration that needs to be done by the European Union and the relevant African stakeholders.
I'd like to frame the same question to Mosa. What do you think about it from the commercial point of view, because Vodacom is big in Africa, and do you think that a coordinated response to that AI governance would be helpful to Vodacom business, for example, in Kenya, in Africa? Mosa?
Yes, absolutely. And that is how we're looking at it. It needs to be coordinated. It needs collaboration. And it's essentially an ecosystem, right? And also on top of that, we need private-public partnerships as well. And just to give you an example, how we look at Africa is we look at it as wanting to move all the countries ahead together from a technology perspective. We really don't want to leave anyone behind. So when we approach AI technologies and are deploying new platforms that are AI-driven or AI-based, we do struggle in the sense that the laws are so different, so that there's a lack of standardization. So we have to basically adapt to each country and what the needs are in each country. And the unfortunate bit is that we are in a position to really understand what the issues are on the ground. And when we look at the cycle of AI and deploying those technologies, we can identify the issues. We know how to apply the data. We can access the latest technologies through cloud technology, etc. But like I said, we just struggle in the sense that there is a lack of coordination, which is key if we want to move all the states, African states, together in a symbiotic way.
Thank you, Mosa. I think with what we just had from the keynote, there is varying technology capabilities in different places. And maybe, Amanda, maybe we could talk about in developing policy responses that address the full range of challenges and opportunities, like we had in the keynote. Associated with AI, what key considerations must African policymakers, do you think, take into account in developing local, national, and regional policy? Having EAC, SADC, ECOWAS, all having different approaches to business, different approaches to the policies that they have. What do you think we must take into account as we approach, as we've had the parliamentarians who are very well represented here? What do you think are the key considerations that we should talk to the policymakers about?
I think firstly, when the policymakers are making their policies, the policies have to be based on evidence and research, which is why, as the keynote speaker mentioned, it is quite important that we all work together. So an ecosystems approach needs to be adopted. So we need to understand what are the challenges. I know we want to have unified policies from a regional perspective, but we also do have to consider that within each sub-region on the continent, there's certain nuances that need to be taken into account. So I believe that the first step would be to understand the different challenges as have been raised. I'll speak about it from a women's perspective. And some of the challenges that you're seeing from the financial sector are that, firstly, millions of women on the continent are unbanked. Secondly, you'll find that majority of women that are working within the informal sector. And so when you go into a financial institution as a woman trying to get, let's say, a credit line, it is very difficult to even fill out those KYC forms. Because those KYC forms, we are taking that stance where we say, oh, we have the GDPR, it requests this, we have this financial law abroad, it requests this. So we now have this KYC form, which has this kind of standard. But the challenge for an African woman would not even be from a racial bias perspective, but it'll be from the fact that I don't have maybe a proof of phrase. I personally have had that instance where I never have a proof of phrase that will be asked for. Secondly, I don't have a bank statement because I'm unbanked. Thirdly, I don't have proof of income in that I don't have a contract, and I don't have a way to show that I've been getting this standardized or this stable income for a certain period of time. So I might not even be able to fill out that KYC form, but let's say I am. So the data that has been shared or that's been used by the AI system is not necessarily tailored to women on the continent. And the challenge with that is I will not be able to get a credit line because I do not even meet the basic standards that the AI system is looking at. So what we need to look at from a policymaker's perspective is, let's understand from each country's perspective, what are the nuanced challenges that the different demographics face? What are the challenges that women face? What are the challenges that girls would face? What are the challenges that a disabled person would face? So once we look at all of those from a national perspective, we can then feed it into sub-regional. So SADC comes in at something, ECOWAS, and then from a more continental perspective, we're then able to understand what do we need from a regional or standardized perspective. Yes, we can look at best practices from a more globalized perspective. And I say this because tech does tend to transcend borders. So we can look at it from that perspective, but it's also very important for us to look at it from a grassroots perspective and what do we need for policies to be able to work for us. And once we have those policies, even when we use open source codes, it becomes a lot easier for the policies to put in place mechanisms that would allow for the different institutions making use of the AI system to protect the different demographics that we have in each country. So I would say we need evidence-based policies that cater to each and every country's needs, and that would cater to the African region.
I'd like to just pose this question. I mean, because AI is driven by big business, and Mozilla and Vodacom are in the business of creating money for the people who set them up. Do you think, as African women, sitting in the spaces that you sit, both at Mozilla and at Vodacom, do you think that there are ways in which the national, regional, and policymakers can make policies that are balanced for not just the business end, but also for the citizens of the continent? And this is to Chenai and Mosa.
Thank you, Wendy. So I can pick it up. So I mean, just to clarify, Mozilla is not necessarily in the business of making money when it comes to tech, but our business is really trying to develop technology that is privacy-centric, open source. Like, our principles are based on developing an open web and championing that aspect. So in that instance, when we talk about business and creating the relevant policies, we've really done the work from a perspective of, say, for example, from a policy perspective, the Mozilla Corporation team having developed what's called the Lean Data Protection course, which is actually available, particularly targeted at businesses. Small business, and I think when we talk about businesses, there's big businesses and there's small businesses, especially within the African continent. So this course is actually developed at business people to take a look at it and really think about, when you're collecting data, how do you design a lean data policy approach that allows for you to take only the most necessary data needed. And I think that is really our position, especially when we engage with stakeholders through our Africa Innovation Program. That is like, when you do this kind of work, how do you do it in a way where it's respectful and honors that, ensures that we have trustworthy AI, which is what Mozilla is really focusing on as our theory of change. And then to give you another example of how we've done this, especially in the innovation ecosystem, is quite recently through a Mozilla Common Voice program, we recently awarded up to 50,000 to 8 innovation ideas that are going to focus on using our open source voice data set, which is in Kiswahili. That's the particular voice data set, although we've got about 100 languages on the platform, where then people will make use of that data set to build voice tech solutions targeted at addressing gender inequality, targeted at addressing issues around exclusion within agriculture and finance, and also recognizing the whole issues around digital illiteracy and bias that's existent in current voice technology systems that often, respond better to a man or respond better to someone's accent that sounds refined American or refined European English accent. So in that instance, we are really working towards ensuring that as we support those businesses, because that's what they are, they're really in the innovation ecosystem, trying to set up a business, they're startups, how they work with data is based on our principles to ensure that they collect the least minimal data. And they think about that business model from a perspective of, well, how can we build up from an open source voice data set that is available, that we can work with. And then this voice data set actually collects, I think we ask people to voluntarily identify their sex, only so that we can have a better trained data set that's actually representative of male and female voices. But we also make sure that even as they're developing something, their policies that they put on this technology, their privacy policies, are easy to understand. So that for us is how we are using that practical approach of supporting businesses to think about data when they work with AI systems, but also recognizing that Mozilla's own standpoint is open source, privacy first, and trustworthy AI. Thanks.
Thank you, Janai. Mosa?
I mean, without oversimplifying it, I think, there needs to be a balance. And I think our business understands that. We understand that we are a revenue generating business, but also we have other priorities that we need to balance. We have to do it in a responsible manner. And those priorities are obviously, security, respecting the relevant laws. Also, looking at an AI perspective, we look at AI as an enabler. So our agenda is essentially digitization. That's top of mind for us, as well as digital financial inclusion. Through products, our M-Pesa product, for example, really reaches society at large and caters to the unbanked. So when we're looking at AI, there are a few factors we look at. Can we actually deploy locally designed AI? Because we are on the ground, we understand our issues as African, we understand our issues as women of color. And then that also then dovetails with the skills. Do we have the skills? And from our side, we are really pushing to look at grads. Are we getting the right grads into the business to start actually upskilling them and developing them, and also equipping them with transferable skills? On top of that, we have other responsibilities as a telco. We do run a telecommunications company, and what we're seeing now is requirements for biometric and facial recognition. That is driven largely by governments. And we also have to do that in a responsible way, taking into account that some of these biometric technologies are developed in, say, for example, Scandinavia, whereas, our faces are African. So those are a few issues that we have to take into account and cater for. As I've already mentioned, there's security issues. And a big part of this is that in order to deploy these AI technologies efficiently, we do rely on cloud technology. And our cloud service providers have made it clear to us that they cannot deploy cloud technology to every single country in Africa. So they look at it on a regional level. So when they look at Africa, maybe they'll set up 3 clouds, one in Cape Town, one in Nairobi, one in Lagos, for example. And as we understand, cloud technology is data rich, it's data driven. So there are a few regulatory issues that we then come across, taking into account our priorities. And what we have recommended in a paper we recently published as Vodacom is essentially taking a regional approach, which will match the regional approach taken by the cloud service providers. So a regional approach to policies, regional cooperation through trade agreements, and also just general regulatory reform. We've seen a lot of policy, digitization policies. We've seen, obviously, AI-specific policies out of Egypt, Rwanda, Mauritius, etc. But I think we need to collaborate better from a regional perspective, and that will essentially, push those enabling technologies accordingly.
Thank you so much. So we've heard a lot about women and what everyone is doing around the gender issue. I want to circle this back to a group the vulnerable groups that are not ordinarily talked about. I mean, we have quite a number of refugees, quite a number of refugee camps in the whole continent. We have Dadaab and Kakuma here, and we have, I mean, we can list all of them. What are your thoughts about the data protection of these particular vulnerable groups in the space? And this is to Santana, working for ICJ.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I'd say the issue would be investing in infrastructure, first of all, because these groups probably are not even served by AI, this group, because of the maybe being in peripheral areas or just remote areas. Because, okay, I would say that Africa has made efforts in internet penetration. However, it's still not enough. So there's need for more investment in robust and affordable internet services. To be able to, and to make matters worse, in such areas also there's poor roads, maybe no electricity. So you find that AI might serve a different population, the fewer population in the urban centers. So I would say, first of all, it's important to invest in infrastructure. And then also there's the issue of equality. That's not necessarily about marginalized people, but the algorithms in that's part of artificial intelligence, because they might not be biased in training of these algorithms, but then the bias that's deep-rooted in our society can reflect the algorithms. For example, let's say a company is trying to employ a manager, for example, and then, but the algorithms they're using show that maybe people from a particular area are more successful. So that means this person from Dadaab who tries to come and apply for that job will be at a disadvantage, and that's inequality as well. And then also another example, I can use, let's say, crime, probably in security, they can use algorithms, and a particular geographical area has more crime. So you find that maybe it has a higher concentration of police. So I think there's a lot of academic research that needs to go into identifying and solving the discrimination that comes about by the algorithms, which might not be intentional. So, and that's a techie thing because it's the system itself. But I know some of the ways that this can be done is pre-processing the data sets in a way that before they're used, some aspects such as gender, race are removed. And then also there's a way they can change the predictive targets so that the measures that they use to guide the AI are different. However, I think there's more research that needs to be done on this, academic research. Yeah.
For sure. I'd like to sort of have the same conversation with you, Amanda, about vulnerable groups. I know you work mostly in the gender space, but is there research that you are looking into that looks at that area? I think it was Mosa who also described how the algorithms may have a way in which they are informed by the one who writes the algorithm. So we don't have that many AI technology experts in Africa, even though data is what is driving a lot of what the work that we're doing. But what are your thoughts on those vulnerable groups? And I want them to, and any other vulnerable group, so that I can put all those in that space. Because if we're talking about gender and we're talking about that's very clear, because there's representation. I mean, the five of us have different experiences around what it is like to be online, what it is like to use medical spaces where AI is used quite a bit. We use the traffic systems. So there's a lot that is targeted to us and that we're able to speak about. But in Art Equality now, is there work that you are doing, and is there research that you're doing that is looking into the other groups that are not thought about?
So I'll firstly say that Equality now focuses around women and adolescent girls, and we focus around trying to get legal and policy change from an international perspective. So we are currently working on setting up an alliance around digital rights and ensuring that this includes the protection of women and girls and other marginalized groups. But I do have to say that from our focus perspective as an organization, we have been primarily focusing on women and girls. But I am aware that there are quite a lot of CSOs, particularly on the continent, that work with different marginalized groups. And I also mention the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. I know they also do quite a lot of work. But I can open it up to the rest of the panel to speak more intelligently on work that's being done in the area.
Great. So I just want to move on a little bit and feel and think about, to Mosa probably, what role should the African continent currently play in AI life cycles and supply chains? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, we should play a key role throughout the entire cycle. We should be involved from the beginning, you know, and to the end of the cycle. But unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of that benefit, basically because a lot of the technologies are just not available. But for example, we understand our problems. So, you know, the first step is identifying the problem, and then solving for it is obviously the goal. We are on the ground, like I said, we can identify the problem, we can scope for it, and then we can obviously ingest the data, acquire the data, and analyze it accordingly. However, the issue is where are the technologies and where is the locally designed AI? I sat on a panel a week or so ago with a colleague from a locally designed AI, I think it's an app, and it basically runs for smallhold, small farmers rather, and it's called Hello Tractor, and that is essentially a good example of AI that goes through the entire cycle. It's African based, it looks after African farmers, and it's essentially, she described it as Uber, tractor Uber. So what it does is essentially, not every farmer on the continent can afford to have a tractor or generally agricultural equipment. So it identifies a need, which is that equipment, and then the AI technology will then allocate tractors accordingly. So that's a good example of going through the entire life cycle. So we have a fundamental role because we are best placed to define the problem and to solve for it. But like I said, we just need the technologies and the locally designed AI.
We had a lot about from Chennai about the ethical way in which Mozilla looks at the work that they do. I want to pose the same question to you about the role that the African continent should play in the life cycles. But what concerns that you see are raised about inclusion? Because when we talk about farm technology, we talk about medical technology, whatever is being carried forward with data that has been collected, and sometimes unknowingly by the data subjects. projects. So I think is there something that you can add on that about the ethical way in which the foundation is looking at the work, but what concerns do you think Africans should be raising and should be identifying and putting forward to their legislators so that we are a protected lot?
Thank you so much for that question. So I think some of the ways that Mozilla is responding to this from an ethics perspective, one of the key issues that we're trying to also work towards is building awareness and doing it in a way that people actually understand. So I think my colleague is there, Kofi, in person at the Privacy Symposium Africa, but he recently just launched what we call the Creative Media Awards. And in that instance, the purpose of that is to actually, have people who are in the creative industry talk about some of the harms that are connected to AI and do it in a way that people can actually understand and consume that knowledge. Because people who have information and are informed about something that is being built using these technologies can then advocate for themselves. And when I talk about advocating for themselves, I'm not talking about it at an individual level, but actually at a community level, because often these harms are experienced as a collective. Because as an individual, you think, okay, I just got rejected by a bank loan because I said I missed this mark. And when you do the assessment, you recognize that actually people who fit the profile that you fit are being excluded because that's what the algorithm is based on. But it can only be done from an awareness perspective. Then we also have our Responsible Computer Sciences Award that just came out this week as well. So that's a grant specifically targeted at Kenyan universities to actually teach responsible computer science, to work towards a program of responsible computer sciences. Initially, it was started off in the US, and now we're taking those lessons learned from the responsible computer science in that particular field to see what it would look like to push a particular to engage in the similar curriculum within African tertiary institutions. And our first focus is Kenya. I think that's part of our initial way of thinking about it, like to think about what we've done and the lessons we've learned, and then engage with the African with African stakeholders within the African community, so that it's also not just like a top-down approach for us to say, well, look, this worked in the US, so it's going to work in Kenya, but to really then be working on it from a collaborative perspective of how do we ensure responsible computer sciences, how do we ensure that responsible development, and also just generally to recognize that technology does not exist in a vacuum. And exists in a society. The people that are making it have their own particular biases and understandings. And therefore, it is important for us to think about then how do we engage responsibly with technology. And then again, we've recently launched, so we've done a lot of launching this week, what we call we have a program called the Africa Innovation Miradi Project, which I introduced, but that's basically Mozilla's strategy of thinking about how do we engage and support the already existing ecosystem and collaborate with what is already on the ground in order for us to then, invest in a way that is really responsible and ethical and is evidence-based. So our Africa Innovation Miradi in real life grant is actually a call that has come out for collaborative tech and social justice groups to come together and put forward a proposal on how best we can deal with technologies. And I think from that perspective, what we're really doing is investing in already existing capacities through monetary support and through resource sharing for people to actually be able to have more awareness of the issues, do the research, be able to communicate these issues and hold all companies accountable and their legislators accountable in order for them to actually say, you know what? We have a sense that you're using AI in this space. We've had an opportunity for us to document together with the academic documentation that was mentioned by one of the panelists, and for us to be able to say, actually, we want to hold you accountable in the implementation that you're doing. So it's also companies and governments, because we know governments have been rolling out CCTV cameras for purposes of security, but how do you balance that security and also the right to privacy, and also just the right to know that a decision has been made using an artificial intelligence system. So that's how Mozilla has been engaging with ensuring that, like, at the end of the day, what we're doing is working with the already existing ecosystem within the Africa innovation space and supporting from an investment perspective to ensure that people actually have the resources needed to begin to hold those with the technologies accountable and to support local innovation.
Oh, great, thank you. We've had a lot of data collected. I think the COVID pandemic was something that we didn't anticipate, and we had daily, at least in Kenya, we had daily updates on how many people have tested positive, and all this data was being collected, and all this data was being shared cross-country, and there was cross-country data flows on, you know, the rates of infection in whatever country. Maybe from a legal perspective, because this was brought up in the keynote, we've talked about data protection, and a lot of it is self-regulation, that companies need to be ethical in the way that they work with the data. But what are your thoughts on violators of this kind of right to privacy and sharing information and doing what they ought not to? I can't say that while, for example, in Kenya, we have a cybercrimes legislation that is meant to stop people from, of course, bullying and that kind of you know, violating people's privacy through computer systems. But we've not seen prosecutions going in that direction. But what are your thoughts about how governments can work towards creating that environment where self-regulation is not done? What do you think governments can do to enforce?
First of all, the policies are very important, but we need AI-specific policies, because data protection regulation on its own might miss out on some aspects. So we need like AI-friendly policy regulation that focuses on areas such as the data privacy and security, so that it protects the privacy of the data subjects. However, there has to be a balance between that and still having incentives to innovation.
Yeah.
So not over-regulation to the point that it's a disadvantage to the companies. So they would rather not even just do it in the first place. So a balance between having incentives but still protecting the privacy. And then also having very clear legal responsibility and enforcement related to AI. And then also there's the issue also of intellectual property. The laws should be able to cover forbid the infringements related to technology, AI technology. And then also even in the procurement policies, now they should be able to encourage AI in government, in public sector, so that it shows that there's a willingness from government as well. And then also, I think the government should be abreast of what's happening in the international sphere to be able to borrow it here, like what happened with GDPR, because if you look at our Data Protection Act, it's quite similar to the GDPR. But also now the government should look at what is happening in AI regulation, in the global north. And we can also be able to adopt it here in Africa. Yeah.
At this point, I'm sure you're all writing notes and probably having questions with you. So I'm going to ask that if you see someone with an unwanted witness badge, please pass your question, or if you would like to ask a question, please inform them, and maybe we'll be able to take some questions later on. But I want to go to the next question. I think we touched a little bit on this, Amanda. Given the work that you've done in equality now, what should be done to counter the implications of AI on gender equality, given the continent's existing digital gender divide? and the retrogression in gender equality and the advances in data-led economies that the COVID pandemic has brought about. Because of course we know at this time the pandemic was very clear in terms of gender-based violence cases, and there was definitely a larger incidence of GBV over the COVID pandemic. So yes, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, firstly, we will find that Kenya's new Data Protection Act does have safeguards in place, but I am aware that it is quite new, and some of the structures that were put in place and are to be put in place to support its implementation are, still in the works. But essentially, you would need laws and policies, so including the Data Protection Act, including the Cyber Crimes and Misuse Act that you've mentioned, and other policies and regulations need to be put in place to ensure that the data that has been collected, not just of the COVID stats, but of stats around gender-based violence, whether it was online or offline, as well as other incidences that occurred during the COVID pandemic period, before that, as well as, I'm not sure if we're technically still in a pandemic, but I don't think so. So I'll say after that. It's important to ensure that only necessary information has been collected. I think a lot of the panel spoke about this. So just ensuring that all those, the usual 8 processing conditions are met. So only the necessary information has been collected. It is collected for the period that it is necessary to be processed. So only hold it for the period that is necessary. So if there is going to be, let's say, a court case, if it's a gender-based violence incident, then the data that has been collected should be processed for that particular instance. And then the other question will be around, it being shared. So if it's being shared between different departments, and this also depends on country. So in some countries, this data, let's say if it's a gender-based violence instance, this data may be shared across different state departments. So also ensuring that there are necessary safeguards as this data is being shared along the different state departments to ensure that the victim survivor receives the justice that they need to receive. And also we need to ensure that not only are these safeguards in place, but we also need to ensure that this is explained to citizens. So even though you have all these safeguards in place, if people are not aware that they have certain rights, or that, let's say, the state has certain duties, or the police officer that you opened a case with has certain duties, and if those duties are not met, then I would not even be able to go to the police station or to the information regulator and say, well, this has happened to me and I want to open up, or can you please investigate this, or what are the next steps, what do I do, etc. So there has to be a lot of awareness raising. So for instance, in Kenya, where there is a new Data Protection Act, it is important that there is a lot of awareness raising about the Data Protection Act, about the rights that a data subject, which would usually be the citizens, what rights do they have? And let's say I feel that those rights have been violated, who do I go speak to? All those necessary channels, how do I get help should I need it? I have opened up a case, all this data has been collected about me, but maybe I've reached the point where I want to withdraw the case, or even if, I think another thing a lot of victim survivors don't understand is when you've opened a case, particularly around violence, you can withdraw the case, but it will now be up to the state whether to continue with the case or not, regardless of you having withdrawn it. So explaining also certain things around that, because we have to understand that our laws do not occur in isolation. When data is collected about you, particularly from a criminal perspective, there's also the criminal justice laws that also come into play. So what do those say? What does that mean? If it's also from a sexual violence perspective, what are the remedies that I have in place? So there has to be a lot of raising of awareness for the policies and laws that we have and that we have had since we had the COVID pandemic. But it also at the same time, we have to make sure that from a policymaker's perspective, that they are, I'm not sure if we're still live. But I'll just finish off. But we just also need to make sure that there are necessary safeguards in place.
To Santana.
I think I lost the studio.
Yes, lost you. We lost your audio just a little bit back. Maybe you could start again and share with us what your thoughts were. We lost you for quite a bit of time.
Okay, just to sum up, it's essentially two things. Our laws and policies have to have the necessary safeguards, and then secondly, there has to be a lot of awareness raising for the laws and policies that we have in place, and what remedies would citizens have. So you have to raise this and make sure that people understand it. So not just, you have to also ensure that when you're explaining it, it is in plain language and every single person is able to understand that this is the right I have and this is the remedy that I'll have should that right be infringed upon. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've had a lot about nuances and biases of data collection. We've had about policymakers and the steps that they could take. We've had about the work that some of the organizations are taking in education. We've looked at what equality looks like in the AI space. Maybe just to sort of round this out, do you think that in order to build sustainable local AI ecosystems that contribute to these AI solutions that we're talking about, how can we advance national development priorities? Because in a lot of African countries, we're talking about people who are collecting, whether it is the CCTV systems that are being put in place, whether it is data collection centers that are being put in place. A lot of them are not based here. For example, Kenya, we have Huawei, and I believe they're doing a lot of work in the rest of Africa. So do you think that there are national development priorities that can be put that still balance what the priorities, the national priorities are, but keeping in mind that this data is being collected by non-African companies?
Yeah, I think there's steps that the government could take. Like I mentioned earlier, investing in infrastructure, first of all, having internet penetration all over the country so that everyone is able to be served by AI, and also so that the companies can also be able to innovate the AI, let's say, for example, for agriculture, health sector, education. So there's a need for investment in the broadband itself, and it should be affordable, and it should be robust, strong broadband all over the country. And then, of course, the issue of policy is very important, and the policies should balance protecting the rights of the data subject and promoting investment. So we shouldn't have burdensome policies that have too much requirements to the point that it does not encourage investment at all. So there needs to be a balance in our policies. And then also, I think there's need for a lot of collaboration between the different sectors, that is academia, the industry itself, that is the startups, the entrepreneurs, civil society, policymakers, of course, have to be on the table on the best practices, to discuss the best practices of how to protect privacy while still promoting innovation in the country. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to redirect this to Mosa, because you when you were sharing your thoughts earlier, you were talking about, for example, facial recognition that's not based on what our faces look like. What I know, reading a lot about AI and how AI is being used in the criminal justice system, for example, in the US, where crime is associated with a certain demographic of the US population, and mostly in one side of it, or yes, in one side of the population. So are there thoughts that you have around that, about how we can, as an African and as African women and as African companies, sort of be in that space where we are sort of changing that narrative, those nuances that we were talking about? Is there a way that you see, a way through that?
Yeah, and it brings me back to those technologies, right? And from our perspective, we have been seeing a drive for biometric IDs, which are government driven. And like I've said, based on technologies that are not developed in Africa. And on top of that, we've also seen a push for biometric SIMs, which we as a business have to adhere with. And also those technologies, there's a question of where they come from. So just going back, and echoing what Santana says, it requires a holistic approach, and it starts with those AI-specific policies. And through the development of those policies, which are well considered and take into account how we're going to roll out the technologies, it will get us somewhere. Another thing that I quickly want to touch on is and I think Amanda also spoke to this, is data protection and engagement, with regards to the promulgation of laws. And we are seeing, a bit of traction on that side where, regulators actually want to engage with us, and they want to speak to us and understand how we are viewing these technologies, how, the requirements for biometric SIMs, for example, how we're dealing with that, how we're maneuvering that, how we are rolling out our AI technologies generally. For example, we had the opportunity to comment on the Tanzanian Data Protection Act. We've also had the opportunity to engage on, the cloud policy paper that Tanzania was considering as well. And there's a whole bunch of other considerations that we can take into account. But I think it starts with clear, solid policies that take into account the needs of African societies. Yeah. So basically just echoing what Amanda and Santana have already mentioned.
Thank you for sharing. So now we're in the section where we'd really like to hear from you. We have an incredible panel, and there are questions I'm sure that you have. I think we'll start with 2 questions. If we can just have any questions from the audience. I think we should have a roving mic for that. Then for those online, again, you can send us your questions on the platform so that we can be able to also include you who are watching from wherever that you are. I see a question there. Do you have another one? We have another question here. So maybe we start this way, and maybe just quickly. Yes, she's right there. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Gichohi, and I have 3 questions. How do you ensure that law enforcers take this issue of, let's say, OGBV seriously and prosecute such cases? Because we know that some of them are not well versed in that area. So I think how do you do that? Another question I have is, for example, I'm a gender activist. So online gender-based violence, we know that it not only takes place in Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, it also takes place in WhatsApp. So what happens when someone is facing OGBV in WhatsApp groups and the likes, where abusers hate speech, sharing videos which are meant to propagate OGBV? How do you then prevent or report such cases without infringing on data protection or digital and privacy rights? On my 3rd issue is implementation. I think the biggest issue is implementation. So what measures should gender or data activists take to propel implementation and more awareness on privacy, digital rights, data protection, while also ensuring inclusivity? Thank you.
I think let's tackle that first, because or 3 questions in one. So I think I'll direct maybe the issue on implementation and enforcement to you, Santana, and then maybe jump over to Chennai on what that looks like in different jurisdictions. So Santana, what are your thoughts on that?
I would say, first of all, there's need for capacity building, the duty bearers themselves, because we can't assume that they have the knowledge on everything, including judges. They usually have a judicial training institute. So those are some areas where this can be a course. The issue on prosecution of crimes that happen in the digital space. Also, we have laws, the Cyber Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, and also we have the Data Protection Act. However, I can't gauge whether there's still an issue in prosecution of these crimes. So I think there's room for more research on that, but I would say that the duty bearers need to be capacity built in these areas, because these are upcoming areas and probably judges may not have the knowledge to deal with it. As much as they're very learned, they may not have the knowledge to deal with some of this. So my recommendation would be that those who engage, probably, let's say the JTI, the Judicial Training, actually it's called the Judicial Training Academy right now. Those are ways, there are arenas where you could suggest this, but of course it has to be in the form of a research, and you have to have like meetings with them and to find out if there's a gap in actually the judgments in these cases. But that's one area that we could use to capacity build judges, because I'm thinking in the judicial system, since that's where people can be prosecuted, it's good for the judges to have knowledge on these areas. Yeah.
I'd like to add that there is a cybercrimes unit at the DCI in Kenya. And they are dedicated to the Cybercrimes Act, so harassment, all that kind of, and they're based in Kiambu, in the Kiambu space. But maybe let's go to Chennai and hear your thoughts from other jurisdictions and your work across Africa.
So just to clarify, I'm responding to the question around implementation on privacy and raising awareness on that.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. All right. So I think when it comes to implementation on privacy, a lot of the way of implementation is actually determined by the legal jurisdiction in those countries. So when privacy is being upheld, it is really determined by the law that is in that country. And I think a large number of African countries have passed data protection laws and privacy laws. There is a mapping that was done by an organization called Alt Advisory. I think it's called Data Protection.Africa, where you can see the extent to which the laws that are there, and then that guides implementation. So basically, businesses are required to have that privacy protection policy right up front. Differentiation is on how easy it's meant to be. So say, for example, in some European countries, you can't really have really fine print because it makes it difficult for people to understand. So it has to be in text that's legible. And then I think really on the awareness aspect, so there is the understanding that most organizations, most entities that deal with data actually have to have a privacy policy in place, and there's an understanding around that's like at a legal level. But I think the awareness aspect is for people to be aware of the rights that they have and the institutions that they can access for recourse. So I think I'll give you an example, particularly connecting it to that online gender-based violence aspect, that there are, I think in South Africa, there is the Data Protection Authority that someone can go to. But then a lot of the times people are often complaining that their data is being misused, but there isn't an awareness of where they can go. And then another instance around that is the number of data breaches that can happen and only get announced like post the data breach. So something happened in June, and then only in November do you get that announcement that a data breach has happened. So a lot of the times the awareness is around people being able to know the spaces, like the process of where they can go to raise these issues. some data protection authorities have done the work of having community hall conversations and raising these issues so that people actually know what the process is. But again, I think it is really that like interdisciplinary co-joint effort for people to understand what exactly is the process and what exactly are those rights that they have access to.
Do you want to chime in, Amanda, on that?
Yes, but I can quickly respond to the question on online gender-based violence reporting and prosecution, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the question of, yes, online gender-based violence does occur on different platforms, and the question is around reporting. So noticeably, a lot of the big tech platforms, so the Facebook group of companies, Meta, you're going to find that they have quite a lot of reporting mechanisms. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. But also you'll find that some of the challenges would be around the smaller platforms and more recently the gaming platforms. So there are reporting mechanisms on these platforms. I know in the US there's been a large policy movement towards having easy mechanisms on the platforms for victim survivors to be able to report, and for the platforms to store the particular information so that the victims will be able to use this should they need to go to prosecution stage. But it's not necessarily about the reporting, it's also about the awareness. Because I know I've spoken to a few people, I believe this is something that WhatsApp had over 5 years now, where if you do report something in a WhatsApp group, let's say someone says something to you, or there's a picture of something that you don't like, and it is posted in a WhatsApp group or in a WhatsApp chat, and you go to your settings and you report that, WhatsApp will take a screenshot of that and they will cache it. And if something similar is being shared, the WhatsApp AI system will automatically pick it up and flag it, and they will remove the particular user. But again, this is not known by a lot of people. So the reporting is there on the platforms. I'm not saying it always works, but the challenge is also around ensuring that people are aware of this. And also the other challenge that I have taken note of is around the issue that was raised by the keynote speaker earlier, that sometimes the right to freedom of expression is then used against victims that are trying to report that, this instance happened to me. And instead it is from a reporting perspective on the platform, there's that balancing of, well, this kind of falls within freedom of expression. And this normally happens around instances of online gender-based violence. So these are some of the areas that as Equality Now we're really trying to work around to ensure that when we're balancing protecting women online, we also make sure that yes, it is okay for someone to have the right of freedom of expression. It is okay for someone to enjoy their right to privacy. But as the ICCPR says, you cannot use your specific right, let's say the right to freedom of expression, to infringe on someone else's right. These two rights have to be balanced. So in that particular instance, we're really working around ensuring that from an implementation perspective and a more practical perspective, this is something that is easier for victims to be able to easily report, one, two, and for the platforms to be able to be more proactive when they receive the reports, and even when they don't receive reports, to be able to quickly remove this information and to also store it should the victim want to take the instance forward for more from a prosecution perspective.
Great, thank you. I think we had another question, but again, if you'd like to ask a question, please send it to the platform and then we'll be able to tackle it, our panelists will be able to tackle it. So next question from the audience.
We have one question from the guys who have dialed in virtually. And the question is from Oliver Ochieng. He asks, are there any AI normative instruments or principles that successfully address gender equality?
Who wants to take that one? I think maybe Amanda. Maybe, are there any, again, if you could ask the question for Amanda's sake.
There's a question from the audience as well.
Okay, so let's take the online one and then we'll go into the are there AI specific?
No. From the crowd. Anybody feel free?
Yes, she had her hand up.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My question is to, I think, Santana, but anyone really can answer. It's just on something that you said and I picked up on that. So for AI and machine learning policies, like in terms of policy making, I think you said that we can borrow some of the policies and say laws or regulations from the global north. And my concern on that is, I think we have very different and Africa specific problems or needs as a continent. And the worry that comes to me with borrowing from the global north is maybe there might be some discrepancies, or we won't be able to relay some of the needs that need to be addressed from an African perspective. And I think you'd also rightly stated that I think our Kenyan Data Protection Act also borrows largely from the GDPR, but I see that maybe, I don't know, this is just my thoughts, maybe we won't be able to address some of the issues that we need to, and I just wanted to know how will that be addressed?
Can take one more from the crowd as well.
Santana, you can go ahead and answer that one. Yes.
All right. The reason I suggested that we should borrow some of the legislations from the global north is to see how they've managed to balance between privacy and still use artificial intelligence. However, I'm alive to the fact that our context is different, and that's why I was insisting that aside from the laws, there's so much to be done in terms of infrastructure. And also, in our own laws, there needs to be a balance between encouraging innovation, but still protecting the privacy. I was just saying, the reason I was just mentioning the global north is how have they managed to do it, because they're more advanced in that area. So how have they managed to do it and still protect privacy? So it was about best practices, but still keeping in mind our solutions for Africa problems. Yeah.
Next question from the audience.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So my question goes to Honorable Nima, even though she's not in the panel. When she was speaking, she mentioned the Malabo Convention. And part of the reasons that she gave, if I'm correct, is that there was perceived or actual lack of involvement while drafting the convention, which had led to the delayed ratification that we have recorded today. So my question is it that there's an ongoing protest for lack of involvement that has led African countries to not ratify, or that after an evaluation of the final document, there are some errors that could have been rectified early enough that African countries have seen that that have led to the delayed ratification? If it is the second one of errors, what are some of those errors, so that at least they become clearer and hopefully they could be addressed, and the convention would attain its required number of ratifications to come into force? Thanks.
I believe Honorable Nema has left the room. Oh, she's there. Okay, I was.
So first of all, I want to clarify that what I said was an example of a possible reason. I did not say that it is an actual issue. And since this is recorded, you can go and play back. Politicians are very sensitive when they're misquoted. So I just want to correct that. The statement that you gave is not what I said. What I said was, oftentimes things are developed, and during the process, parliamentarians are not involved. We're not involved because usually, even yourselves as stakeholders here, when you're doing your engagement, you would engage government, but you would not engage parliament. It is an assumption that when you've engaged government, you've engaged all arms, while parliament is separate. Now, with that said, the Malabo Convention is Africa Union level, which is heads of states, country level, goes through Ministry of Foreign Affairs, right? So once that is done at that level, next level is obviously in different countries in the respective national parliaments. So the issue that I said was that there is a possibility the lack of understanding and involvement of this group could be one of the reasons. So with that said, what he said is not what I said. Now to cement further, I myself am a legislator, but I'm not going to champion something I'm not fully informed on, fully understand. And there are times, and even when you look at the Malabo Convention, that particular part on cyber security, maybe a country may be comfortable with parts, but not everything. So what are the options? But those are things now you would need to have a discussion with those who own the document. It's not us as parliamentarians. So this can go back to you since you're interested in the topic. Engage African Union through the responsible entity and propose what are the current gaps? What are the possible challenges in ratifying the Malabo? And you can ask what is the involvement of parliamentarians. So that's a homework to you. Thank you very much. And I think questions shouldn't be to me, it should be to the
panelists. I think
to the panel. Thank you.
Sorry, before Honorable Onama sits down, I have another question.
So this is going to be the final one, because otherwise I'm gonna disturb the current panel.
Yes, sorry, it's almost the same with what he was asking. What I'm asking you is because Malabo Convention shares the same with CADAP, Comprehensive African Agricultural Adoption Program. So in your capacity as a parliamentarian, as the head chair of the African Parliamentarian Intervention, what could you boost on the data to boost agriculture in the CADAP and also in the Malabo Convention?
Since you said this question is similar to the last question, so refer to my response to the last question. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to bring this to a close. We only have 5 more minutes. And
let me interject a bit. We have 2 questions online.
Yes.
And I'll add you a few minutes as well. So
okay, you'll add me a few more minutes?
Yes,
okay.
I'll add you a few 15 more minutes so we can proceed.
Okay, 15 more minutes. So we have time, but the practice usually for panels like this, is everybody here sorted in terms of questions before we go to the online questions? Great, okay. So let's hear about the online, are we? One more question, then we go to the online.
Yes, you can have, there are 2 questions here, we can have them.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I am Santana Muthoni. Hi, Santana.
2 Santanas in the room.
I'm a policy analyst, and I like the discussion that has been going. And my question speaks to the goodwill of regulators and policymakers when it comes to addressing privacy concerns. And as we're talking about the data-driven economy, I think we now see an issue where policymakers, legislators, people who should be protecting us as, data subjects are the ones who then get embroiled in, they get sent to countries that are authoritarian to get trained on how to use AI to monitor, surveil, right? And we find the same people who will get contracts, right, to provide these same systems in the jurisdiction that they should be protecting data subjects. So so I think it's a very complicated scenario where the people who should be protecting us and legislating on how to protect us as citizens are the same ones involved in, making money from our exploitation. So how do we manage that?
So Santana, do you want to take Santana's question?
That's a very hard question because I don't know how you can stop states from mining data because it's happened severally, like the Cambridge Analytica scandal, whereby a lot of data was mined to manipulate, voters. It's something I grapple with. I don't know how we can hold the state itself accountable. It almost seems impossible to stop the surveillance from the state itself, but I would allow the other panelists to answer that.
Maybe we had quite a bit of contribution around the work on ethical data collection that some of these companies are encouraging. So maybe Chennai and Mosa, maybe you can speak to how because you do deal with regulators and you deal with data subjects. For us in Kenya, for example, we had a whole collection of data on our SIM registration. You had to go take a picture and so I think one company was taking pictures and it wasn't a requirement. So what are your experiences and how do you see possible solutions? Of course, carefully taking into account your positions in your spaces. Chennai and Mosa. Maybe we could start with Mosa and then on to Chennai.
Yeah, it basically comes down to political will, right, in each state. So when you are collecting data as a state, biometric IDs, for example, it still has to be done in a responsible manner. The state itself has to adhere to the relevant laws that are in place. And for us, what's been important is when we're rolling out these requirements or adhering to these requirements together with the government, is engagement, constant engagement. Asking the questions, getting the relevant people in the rooms, workshopping ways on how we can help the government's agenda from a biometric perspective, questioning the AI used, and just essentially holding each other accountable from a governance perspective, from a privacy perspective, and just from respecting the constitutional rights of the citizens. So constant engagement is essentially key, and that's been our experience. And I think for the most part, it's been welcomed. Regulators are willing to speak to us. They're willing to hear us out, and they are willing to make changes. And so definitely holding each other accountable is key.
Chennai.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just building up of what Musa said, in addition to that, holding each other accountable, there's a need to recognize the existing governance ecosystem. So we would want to, there are certain political environments that allow for that relationship of accountability to flourish, whereas there are other political environments where accountability is non-existent and that governance model is really linked towards ensuring economic growth and political stability as of the people who are currently in that ruling position. So that is an important context that we need to navigate when thinking about how do we hold states accountable. And then having said that, I think a second thing is to think about how do we then ensure a multi-sectoral citizens accountability mechanism, right? So at the end of the day, it's important to have entities such as Vodacom who are, and I'm just naming Vodacom because it's on the panel, who actually do have that economic muscle to be part of a citizens coalition that is able to then say, you know what, states, whatever it is that you're implementing is quite problematic. And I think an example we can draw from is the way in which there's been so much pushback at governments initially going towards internet shutdowns whenever there were elections or whenever there was something that they were quite uncomfortable with. The pushback really came from, intergovernmental actually a lot of civil society campaigns such as Keep It On campaign that was started by Access Now, but has worked with in-ground civil society who are continuously mapping when internet shutdowns are happening. A documentation of how much economic impact is there, because if people love numbers, let's tell them how much they're losing based on their actions, right? So that mapping that has been done on how much is actually lost whenever there's an economic shutdown. But I think also a need to have the regional entities, regional entities such as the African Union, actually coming up and crafting means of where is the locus of power where we can actually hold government entities accountable for their misuse of data, for the problematic ways in which they implement institutions. Now, I'm looking forward to hopefully the Malabo Convention being ratified and meeting its 2023 goal, because then at least that allows for an instrument where we can be able to then hold state entities accountable for some sense data mining. And then lastly, I think South Africa is a key example of having, once the COVID happened, the data protection law literally moved into being legal, I think with exception for 2 clauses. And in that instance, when the laws that were being put in place by government to collect data around COVID-19 were coming through, the Data Protection Authority and other entities actually had to hold them accountable to put in mechanisms in place so that there wouldn't be this increased data mining that was unnecessary. So it's a hodgepodge of activities, but I think the starting point is really to check what political environment do we exist in that can allow for us to pick up a governance mechanism that's responsive to our reality.
Yeah, and Shana, if I can add, and Madam Moderator, if you may indulge me, I think you bring up an important point, on online content regulation and internet shutdown. And, we've seen that all over the continent. And, just to mention Tanzania, I know the ministers in the room, but also just a great example of engagement. In that instance, we were given an opportunity to comment on online content regulations in Tanzania. And deal with those issues like respecting the right to freedom of expression, as well as also, looking after the interests of the government and protecting the citizens. So I think a great example of engagement. Shana, thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. I think that, do we have another question from?
We'll go to the
online.
The virtual questions. So the first question is, how is the issue of data extraction and monetization for training data sets to avoid new digital colonization being mitigated where African knowledge moves and benefits big tech?
So do you want to take that one, Santana?
Oh, yeah, I can take it.
Yeah.
I think that's a big problem we're currently having. A lot of data is mined and used by companies. They can sell them. Sometimes they sell the data. For example, Uber collects a lot of data, Facebook, etc. So it goes back to the issue of having policies to regulate that, because currently, I think there's a lot of that happening and it's not being regulated. So I think we need to have policies in place that protect privacy while still allowing the business environment to thrive, because that's what is lacking a lot in Africa.
I think I wanna pass this on to Amanda. With GDPR, there's like huge fines that EU has imposed on violation of GDPR. But what are your thoughts around regulation of big data and how that affects, of course, the marginalized groups, yes, but what can be done in Africa to sort of curb that, or at least make it possible for the African continent to have a hold on its data? Amanda?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I dropped off the call for a bit.
So the question was around how big data benefits from collecting data here, and how there can be the global north, which are mostly from the global north, and how we can stop that sort of data colonization. I think that's the word that the person used. And so from your work, and also just what you know in the research that you've done. What are those things that we can do to sort of shift that global south, global north power dynamic where data is concerned?
I will lean on what has been said by the panelists, before me. We really do need a regional instrument that will protect and safeguard the interests of citizens within Africa. And the reason we need a more standardized instrument is because it will, in a sense, be catered to the African people. It will be catered to those instances where we are seeing that a lot of the companies that are collecting data or the services that we are using, they are predominantly not coming from the continent. And again, as Honorable Nima said earlier, the fact that even that data that is being collected, the challenge is that it sits in servers in other countries. And because it's sitting in servers in other countries, and we won't be able to necessarily dictate how the processing is managed because it's not within our jurisdiction. It is therefore important to have a more standardized regional regulation that dictates how cross-border data is regulated once it has left the continent. I think this is one area where people then talk about the GDPR and how the GDPR has been able to manage the processing of EU data subjects outside of the EU. But I would also like to mention that even in that instance, you will come across challenges where certain way that regulation will work from a perspective of if the information is being collected or is being accessed within the EU, then it's you're able to apply it. For instance, let's say you want to exercise your right to be forgotten as an EU citizen. Technically, you're only able to exercise that right within the EU. So if I'm to do a Google search outside of the EU, I'd still be able to access the particular information. So those are also still gaps that the GDPR would have to deal with. However, we do need definitely policies that are going to protect. The Malabo Convention is definitely one of them, but I also feel from a more big data AI perspective, this is an area that I would task and challenge CSOs and other think tank as well as policymakers working in the area to start thinking about how can we ensure that the data collected from the continent is collected, stored, and processed in a manner that best protects the rights and interests of African citizens.
Great. Next question.
So the next question is from SJ. Are there any existing platform accountability mechanisms in the AI space, especially in respect to privacy in Africa?
Maybe I start with you, Santana, again, and then maybe on to Mosa. Apart from, of course, the Malabo Convention. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, are there any existing platform accountability mechanisms in the AI space, especially in respect to privacy in Africa?
Apart from the Malabo, there isn't a regional convention. However, I think there are some countries that have the laws, but there isn't any other regional treaty that's specific to AI. Malabo Convention comes close, but there isn't any other in the region.
I think that's sort of covers it. Is there another question? Oh, great. So we're just going to have each of our panelists give their parting shot. And I think I want to start with Mosa, and then up to lastly, Santana, who's here with us in person. So maybe Mosa, your parting shot.
Yeah, I think the three main themes from my side are basically driving locally designed AI, creating the skills we need in order to do so, and also the creation of enabling regulatory environments rather. So those are the three main themes that we're concerned with and also engaging with regulators on.
Great. Amanda?
I agree with what Mosa said. I think we need to engage with the people that are most that would be using the particular AI systems as well as the digital tech to ensure that we understand what are the challenges that they would face, not tell them the challenges that they would likely face based off of previous research, but understand from them what are the challenges and what are their needs. And with that background, we can then develop policies that would work for the people that are using the specific AI systems and tech.
Thank you very much. Denai?
Yeah, adding on to the brilliant closing remarks from the fellow panelists, I think it's important also to hold international governmental organizations accountable and ask for transparency for some of the policy positions they're supporting around AI. I think it's also important to invest within the African ICT innovation ecosystem, the leadership capacity, the innovation capacity, and also really think about creating viable markets for people to innovate for our needs and for our particular context. And lastly, I think it's really important for us to really connect and work as across different disciplines and stakeholders so that we actually have reflective policies and models of innovation that work for us rather than importing what's already existent out there.
Thank you. And finally, Santana.
I think it's important that we promote AI for good, because there's AI solutions that can lead to development. However, I think it's also important for more collaboration amongst different stakeholders in order to look for ways to deal with the problems such as infringement on privacy. So I think there's room for more policy to protect privacy rights while still promoting AI.
Thank you very much for joining us. For those who are online, please continue using the hashtag PSA 2022. Really hope to see you next year. And for everybody who shared, the panelists, thank you for the information that you shared with us. We hope that we'll see some of the reports that you are referring to and some of the research that you've been doing in the global research reporting for this event. And just continue talking about privacy and talking about data protection. And the more we increase our knowledge, the more we'll be able to contribute to what this means for the rest of the continent and for our future as Africans. And thank you very much for everyone who's here. Please continue engaging. My name is Wandiri Karimi, and I really enjoyed being part of this discussion.
Do better. Better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much for your insightful discussions and the clarity on what AI is. I presume majority have gotten the content, and you have actually laid out what we have been discussing in the last 2 days and now picking it up from where we are going in the next space. So thank you so much, and we really appreciate you for your time. Moving on swiftly, we are now at the stage of we'll be breaking for lunch in a few, so just hold on a bit. So I hope you're enjoying the discussions that we are having, and for those who are dialing in online, we really appreciate you for your time. Keep tweeting, keep joining us and progressing. So at this particular point, we'll do a bit of an introduction or a video for the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology, basically whose mission is to study, create, and share knowledge and development of the intellectual space. It's based here at the Strathmore University, so Just we'll have a short video of it, then I'll let you know on the next proceeding. So the video on Center for Intellectual Property is now on.
Jambo, jina langu ni Cynthia Mudheu Nzuki na mimi ni mtafiti katika kituo cha utafiti inayoitwa the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology.
My name is Florence Anyango Ogonjo from the Center of Intellectual Property and Information Technology Law. I am a research assistant.
My name is Dr. Samino, and I'm the acting director of the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology at SPAC.
Data ina umuhimu kuu sana katika maisha yetu. Kila unapotazama katika mitandao na teknolojia tofauti, data hutumika ili kuimarisha maisha zetu kwa njia moja au lingine.
In recent years, there's been an increasing uptake of digital solutions and platforms in the private and public sector. These solutions and platforms raise serious questions about the use of people's data.
In as much as these data protection laws exist to protect the personal data of individuals and citizens in their respective countries, it is important to not only understand the foundations of these laws, but to also understand what the consequences of implementing these specific laws are and the importance of the implementation processes.
CIPID is very excited to be partnering with Unwanted Witness for the 4th Privacy Symposium to be held in Nairobi, Kenya. This year-long event will be an opportunity to bring together data stakeholders from both countries. We will have various events throughout the year, culminating in a 3-day in-person event to be held at Strathmore University.
We have 2 centers, that is the Artificial Intelligence Policy Center and the Data Governance Center, and the latter will be hosting this event in November of 2022. Our team consists of a multidisciplinary educated team. That is, we have people from the physical sciences and people from law as well. And we look forward to hosting you so that we can exchange ideas in November 2022.
So thank you so much. That's about CIPID. So a snapshot of what we'll have in the afternoon, we'll have a panel discussion on human rights concerns related to public-private surveillance, partnership and necessary safeguards, and which I'll highlight more on it as we proceed with the session today. And also we'll have a conversation on humanities and thoughts, a conversation we'll have in the afternoon. We'll have whose topic will be understanding the challenges data protection regulators face, an African struggle towards implementation, independence and enforcement. Basically, these are stories, a continuation of what we've been discussing this morning, and it will be there in the afternoon. So at this point, we'll be heading out for lunch. Lunch is served the same place that it was served yesterday. For those who did not come here yesterday, you'll be directed, it's towards the graduation square. Kindly, let's keep time. We'll be here by around by 2 o'clock, because we start at exactly 2:05. Once we proceed outside, please take a few photos quickly, then we proceed for lunch. Thank you so much. Keep taking the photos, tweeting us, and joining us for the 4th Privacy Symposium. Have a good, bon appetit, bon appetit.
every
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's afternoon session. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and I hope you're full and ready for the next session. So I'd like to do a small recap of what we have done so far and also introduce the next bit. I'd like to appreciate our organizers once again. That's Unwanted Witness together with Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology. And our partners as well, that's Privacy International, Mozilla Foundation, KitNatNet, ABC, D4D Hub, Bowmans, and Civil Rights Defenders. I appreciate you for your tweets. Keep tweeting at under hashtag PSA 2022. Take photos, Twitters, engage us as well in all our social media platforms. At this point, we are going to do a few highlights of 2021, the forum that we had last year in regards to day 2 highlights, so that we normally do highlights of what we did and what we achieved, what we expect. So at this point, we'll run the highlights for the 2021 highlights.
Africans are very trusting people, and oftentimes we find ourselves actually willingly giving information with no questions asked.
The national ID has literally become a gateway to access to social services, and I think that is very absurd.
What this means really is that if there's a picture of you online, it could be on your social media profiles, it could be on your professional profiles, it can be on YouTube, then it's very probably in Clearview's database.
Privacy should definitely be a key aspect as we develop these systems.
There is the mindset to provide, some kind of data protection. However, we have fallen short when it comes to implementation.
In a context of the pandemic where there is growing public distrust, where there is public health kind of sort of COVID, people who deny the existence of COVID, one doesn't want to stoke mistrust of government and public institutions. But very often what we're being asked for is not trust so much as faith. And I think it's really, really important at this stage, now that we're looking at a pandemic that has lasted for 1.5 years and may last for a lot longer. Public institutions need to do a lot more to slow down, to review all of the emergency protocols, to disclose a lot more information about lessons learned and failures experienced in the implementation of these different systems.
Digital freedom stops where that of the users begin. Nowadays, digital evolution should never or must no longer be placed to a customer in a trade-off between privacy and security. Why? Because privacy is a valuable asset that should be protected.
So thank you so much. Those are the highlights for last year's event, and keep smiling. You never know, you might be in the highlights for this year's event next year. So watch out for that. So at this point, I'd like to introduce the next panel. But before that, we'll be having a discussion later on our 4th panel on the human rights concerns related to public. And before we do that, we'll have 2 able panelists who will have a discussion. It's like a talk. That's why we're calling it Let's Talk. It's a discussion on
areas that they are looking at, and their discussion will be based on understanding the challenges data protection regulators face, an African struggle towards implementation, independence, and enforcement. You could realize what Unwanted Witness does. They recently had a privacy boot competition, which basically seeks to equip young legal professionals with the expert knowledge of data protection laws, policy, and regulation. So stay tuned. I hear the next one will be coming to Nairobi as well. So stay tuned for that. So in a way, we are actually launching that. And at this point, I'd like us to delve into that and the context of, it's a conversation. So we'll engage you as well from the onset and as we begin. So at this point, I'd like us to introduce the moderator for this session. Thank you. Yes. So at this point, I'd like to introduce a gentleman. He's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He desires issues on policy, governance, and the like. So a round of applause to Mugambi Laibuta, advocate of the Higher Court, who will be a panelist for today's session.
Welcome everyone to this session. So in this session, which is titled African Data Protection Regulators and the Challenges that they face, I think one of the key components of one of the core pillars of data protection regulation is the fact that in most data protection laws, there is a regulator who usually is the one to carry out certain functions, to carry out oversight, to issue fines, to educate the public, to serve as an advisor to data controllers and data processors. However, different laws have different ways in which they create this office or this institution of the office. Either in Kenya, we have the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. In South Africa, we have the Information Regulator. Other countries, it's called an authority. Other countries, it's called a bureau. But then this session, we want to understand what really are the challenges that these data protection regulators face. I think as data protection practitioners, as privacy practitioners, whether you're in private sector, whether you're in public sector, whether you're in academia, there's always that question, is the regulator really carrying out their role? And there's a lot of expectation, especially from the data subject. And that really raises the question, what are our expectations? And just from members of the audience, I just want to pose this question. What do you expect from these regulators individually? What are your expectations? And maybe you can tell us whether you're from private sector, whether you're from academia, or whether from civil society, and tell us within your sector, what is the key expectation you have from a regulator? And what would you define as a regulator? Because, for example, in some countries, you'll find that the regulator carries out dual roles. In South Africa, for example, the regulator deals with issues to deal with information protection and also access to information. So maybe a question, I throw this to the audience. I'd like to hear from the audience, from your sector, what are your expectations, especially on the issue of independence? And what challenges do you face when you're interacting, for example, with a regulator? Any takers? And also our online audience, please pose questions, give us comments on your view about regulators within the continent. I'll give you an example. In the European Union, I mean, regulators that are established under the GDPR, there are certain challenges that they have highlighted. One is usually the political independence. You'll find that in some countries, which has happened though, being declared to be against the EU law, you find that the politics of the day or the politicians of the day want to amend the law to lower the stature of the regulator. Another challenge is usually the issue of financing. How does a regulator finance their operations? And in terms of resources, you're not only looking at financial resources, but there's also the issue of human resources. For example, when you look across the continent, regulators are not only regulators, but even data controller and data processors are having a challenge hiring competent, qualified individuals who can take up the roles of, for example, DPOs, the data protection officers. So if there's that challenge of human resource, there's a challenge of financing these regulators. But now, from the audience, well, what are your expectations, or what do you think are some of the challenges that these regulators face? Anything from your online audience?
So considering you guys are quiet, I'll do it differently. We have this row, that row, and that row. So I'll be coming and picking one person to give us insights. We go to the next one, the next one, the next one. So basically you cannot avoid this particular discussion. So it's better you nominate yourself before I come to you. And don't look down. I go for the ones who look down. So feel free, feel free. So I'll start with the farthest end. So the question is, what is your expectation? Tell us what industry you're from and what expectation in regards to the topic that you're discussing.
Basically, what do we expect from regulators? If you're from a country that has a data protection commission, or if you're from the information regulator or the bureau, what do you expect from this institution?
Hello, I'm Innocent. My expectations are that the data of the citizens or the various institutions in a country should be protected and should not be given out aimlessly or without, let me say, consent from the owners of the data.
And what role would the regulator play? Like in Kenya, let's say, for example, to achieve that role, what do you think the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner should do?
From my perspective is the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner should put or enact laws that protect data from being given to unauthorized persons or to third parties without prior consent to the owners or the authorities.
So what I'm hearing from it's Innocent, right?
Yes, yeah.
So what I'm hearing from Innocent is that the law plays a big part in terms of how the independence or the functions of the data protection regulator.
Sure.
And just a follow-up question to maybe somewhat different in the audience. Do you think our law is structured in such a way that it provides objective and subjective independence? Yes, there's a hand here.
Thank you so much. I'll speak to the law of Uganda, that in regards to the question that you've posed. In the Ugandan situation, definitely the law does not provide for that independence from the onset, given the fact that you know that the Data Protection Office is under a government agency already that was existing. That's the National Information Technology Authority. So it's a question of whether they are able to execute their mandate independently in that situation. And secondly, they even when it's an office, you know, its budget is really provided by the mother ministry, you know, but also the agency that is housing the office. So it becomes very hard for such arrangement or such provisions of the law to enforce the independency of the Data Protection Office, because then how do you bite a hand that feeds you? You know, how are they going to check government for the abuses of personal data? So it's unfortunate, but that's the situation.
So to get from you what you're saying, the regulator reports to somebody, and the institution the regulator reports to another institution. That's right.
Yes, there's a Ministry of ICT, that's the mother ministry. Under Ministry of ICT, there's the National Information and Technology Authority, which reports to the Ministry of ICT. Now, within the Ministry of, within NITA, National Information Technology Authority, there is the Office of the Personal Data Protection, office with a director. Okay, so in that kind of system, it's very hard for the office to be independent and really put government to check for the violations of personal data.
I think you raise a very fundamental issue. When you look at the Kenyan Data Protection Act, for example, it establishes the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Of course, the commissioner is appointed through a competitive process, through parliament, and finally appointed by the president. However, you find that there are provisions that the cabinet secretary in charge of information, communication, and technology has a role. For example, in the establishment of departments or directorates within the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, you'll find that the cabinet secretary has a role in terms of coming up with regulations under the act. And I think you find this in most Commonwealth jurisdictions, where you come up with a statute, but in terms of coming up the regulations, you find that it's the cabinet secretary who signs. I mean, simply say who signs off those regulations for them to be established into law. Then there's also the other challenge within the Kenyan Data Protection Act. You find that the cabinet secretary also has an operational role. For example, in determining cross-border transfer, certain rules on cross-border transfer, has a role in determining what is use of personal data for national security purposes. So if you want to use personal data and get the exemption of national security, then you go to the cabinet secretary and say, hey, Mr. Cabinet Secretary, or Ms. Cabinet Secretary, or Ms. Cabinet, this is what I want to do, and I want to process data for a national security purpose. And the law, the Data Protection Act and the regulations give that mandate to the Cabinet Secretary. So what this does within the Data Protection Act and in terms of regulation, it establishes two offices. There's the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner that is established under the Data Protection Act, but there's also the Cabinet Secretary, who has both policy and administrative roles within that structure, which also brings out the issue that you raised. How then, if the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology is not following the guidelines, the principles set out in the Data Protection Act, who provides oversight? And I think these are some of the issues that we grapple with. When you look at the Malabo Convention, it really doesn't make it compulsory really to establish a data protection authority. If you compare it, for example, to the GDPR, in the GDPR, it's compulsory. And it doesn't state to what extent do you provide this. When you read the GDPR, it provides some form of autonomy and independence. But the Malabo Convention doesn't go that deep. So thank you very much for the example from Uganda. Any other input? Yes, we have some input here.
So my name is Gadoni Kuria, and I'm back to the question on what I expect from the regulator. So there's something that happens in our country. Sometimes you can be arrested over data, I think according to the convenience of a particular person or an office, with claims that you have gone against the law. But this law is not known per se. So my expectation for a regulator will be maybe sensitize us on these laws and regulations, educate us, if you like. And so we may know what are the boundaries. And so also people can just know their rights and not just to end up as victims when they're supposed to actually have a right in a situation. So yeah.
Thank you so much. The issue of sensitization, that is also tied to something very critical, resources to carry out that sensitization. For example, in Kenya, there's no way the media will allow you to carry out sensitization. They'll say this is advertising, even if it's a statutory institution, and they want some resources to that. If you want to do, if you want to do radio ads, if you want to do TV ads, they say for this space, for this time, you really need to pay. I think there's a report by one time the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner in Kenya was saying, we need help in terms of the resources that we have do not allow us to carry out certain things. So they were seeking partnerships to do what you're saying, public education. And I think public education it's really a problem. There's something that I've seen, experience from South Africa. You find that the information regulator has sessions, for example, with the South African School of Government, where the South African School of Government, it marshals all the government institution, both at national, provincial, and the local government level, to carry out that sort of sensitization. But you see, this sensitization is really pegged towards the data controllers and the data processors. What about you and I, who are the data subjects? Somebody just knows that their data, for example, recently in Kenya, I mean, this has been continuous, where you find that people get loans from digital lenders, and they are finding that their numbers, their phone book, these digital lenders have access to their phone book, but they have no idea where do they make this complaint to? How if they have suffered loss, what do they need to do? And I think that really what you highlight is really a gap. When GDPR was being enacted around 2018, we saw the kind of information that was put out there. You will receive emails being told that GDPR is coming into place. You'll need either to tick a box or to accept to receive this service so that we can process our data. When the Kenya Data Protection Act was enacted in November 2019, since then, I think just a handful of institutions, both in public and private sector, have made that announcement to their data subject that this is what we are going to do. And definitely, yes, that's an issue that really requires exploration. And that gap of resources to do this is really troubling, because at the end of the day, it's the right to privacy of the individual. If the individual has no idea what is their right to privacy, then we really can't function. Anyone else?
So we've got one question from here, one from here, one from here. I'm left to the other side. Then I'll move to the back side. So volunteers. As you think about it, we'll take one question from online. That's, yes?
As a regulator, I would say one of the challenges is compliance. And I think that goes back to what you said about public education or ignorance also. Because as for example, in ODPC right now, there are some firms which are not yet compliant until they are flagged. That is when they decide to be compliant. So I would say one of the challenges is compliance, enforcement, and implementation.
I'm from Kenya, and this is how we operate. It's like, I think all of us have heard of alcohol from the countries you're from, alcohol. And unless people hear there's alcohol on the road, most people will do drunk driving. But when people hear there's alcohol tomorrow or Friday, then you'll find people will take the taxis. It's the same in terms of regulating data protection. Until people are waiting to see who will be fined first. When will the data commissioner or the regulator take some action? Then people will say, hey, you saw that company X was fined this amount. We need to start. That's when people now start putting in resources. And I think another challenge which ties to what she said is the issue of education, because what does compliance mean? If I have read the Data Protection Act, does that make me a data protection expert? It's a fundamental question. Does it make me a data protection expert? One, I'll give you an example. So I was dealing with a client who is a large player in the healthcare sector in Kenya. And so in our initial conversation, so I asked this question, so to what extent are you compliant? And the legal manager said, we have a data protection policy, so we are compliant. You see, so the question is, who breaks it down to the public what compliance means? Who breaks it down to the public? What is the role of a data protection officer? Because you find most institutions, not only in Kenya, but across the continent, is that they look for either a risk officer, mostly is an IT manager or an IT officer who is told, you know IT stuff, you become the data protection officer or the information officer in terms of South Africa. And definitely those are some of the challenges that we face. I think there was a question online.
Yes, we had a question online from Anonymous, and it says, I'm curious to know how the regulator will oversee implementation of data protection by public authorities. For instance, in implementation of new technologies or products, e.g. Huduma cards and etc.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm using a lot of examples from the EU, but the EU provides a good example because they have done this for quite a while. And a few months ago, I saw a warning letter, quote unquote, a warning letter from the ICO Information Commission Office of the UK, reprimanding the Ministry of Defense for how they dealt with the data subject access requests. And in my thinking, I was like, to what extent will a Kenyan regulator write a reprimand notice to the Ministry of Defense? For example, in Uganda, will the regulator write a reprimand letter? She's shaking her head like, no. Will the regulator write a reprimand to the Ministry of Defense and tell the Ministry of Defense, we have noticed that you're not responding to data subject access requests as provided under the Data Privacy and Data Protection Act. If you do not remedy this, we will fine you. In Italy, the regulator in Italy, which I think is during this year, the military, they fined the military a certain amount. Why? The military was processing, I think it was either processing information, the principle of minimization, and also the military was keeping data for longer than was necessary. But I think that's what brings to the question, what is the qualities of a good data protection regulator? Because this issue always comes up, not only dealing with the private sector, like in Kenya, it's both the private sector and the public sector that are regulated in terms of data protection. So will the regulator have been empowered by the Data Protection Act or the statute, and also administratively, that they can walk into the Ministry of Defense and say, I want to see how you are complying? Let me just ask the audience here. Do you think the regulator in your country will walk into the Ministry of Defense and start asking questions about how data is being processed, whether they are complying with the data protection principles, and why? Those shaking their heads, why do you think they will not do that? Yes, there's an example here.
I want to give an example, the Ugandan example. Some 3 months ago, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which houses the Immigration Office, issued out names of different individuals, data, real sensitive data of Ugandans who hadn't picked their passports, and issued this a whole list of over 300 people on social media. Okay, so it took the concern of Ugandans to raise a red flag for the Data Protection Office to reach out, in the back door and ask the ministry to pull down the list. Okay, so after the list was pulled down, because this is internet, those that had shared, had all the lists with themselves. So and then the office came back on Twitter and told Ugandans that they had spoken to the Immigration Office to pull the list down. And we found that also very problematic. Now they're alerting more people to go and look at the list. So when we had an opportunity to meet the office, we told them this was even wrong. You're even alerting more people to check out on the list, even before. I mean, that's all they could do. They couldn't go beyond that. But on the other hand, today we have an ultimatum of 30th of November for all NGOs in Uganda to register with the Data Protection Office, okay, using the National NGO Bureau. So then the Data Protection Office is working with the NGO Bureau to enforce compliance by NGOs with an ultimatum, okay? And we're asking, are we the only, NGOs the only data collectors? Are they the biggest data collectors in this country? Okay, and this ultimatum stands. So the NGO Bureau, it tells NGOs in Uganda that they will not receive certificates of registration if they have not complied
That brings me to a question. How does a regulator deal with political interference? Because, there's this issue of political goodwill. Like we go back to Europe, why does the GDPR work to a certain extent? Is because from the highest levels of the European Union, the European Parliament, the European Council, etc., the European Data Protection Board, the European Data Protection Supervisor, there's that political goodwill to enforce the right to privacy within members of the European Union. So the question I want to pose to the audience, how do you think a regulator will navigate that political space, especially in the African context where, for example, like she's saying, in Uganda, it's a civil society that is being asked to register. Are they asking telecommunication companies to do it? Are they asking banks to do it? And no, but why? So just a question, how will you, if you are a regulator, how will you go around the political question? It's a hard one, but how will you do this?
I think it's a big challenge in Africa as it stands now. It's really a tricky situation for the authorities wherever they are in Africa, because like you've already mentioned, the issues of human resource and also financial resource, they are not independent at all. So it makes it very hard for politicians not to interfere into the operations. But I also think it's also designed in that way to favor, in a way to favor the politicians to have control. They still need to have that control even when they go ahead to have these offices and authorities established in the different countries. That's my take.
Yeah, and for those of us who've been involved in policy and legislative processes, how legislation is drafted is never random. There's always a reason why legislation is worded or framed in a certain way. Now, another question to the audience.
Before you take another question, I think we are sufficiently warmed up for this session. So I'd like you to proceed with the online panelist who's with us so that we proceed. Then we'll take more questions and more conversations as we continue. So if we could have the other panelist who's dialing in to be put, I don't know whether you can hear me. Yes, you're
talking to me.
Yes, at Pansi Tiakula. Can you hear me?
So much. It was not fun. I've never struggled like this for 1 hour almost to log in.
Welcome, Advocate Pansi. This is Mugambi, and Pole sana, as we say, for the challenges that you faced. So colleagues, we are joined by Advocate Pansi Tlakula. She's the chairperson of the Information Regulator of South Africa. She has served as a chairperson. She's serving as a chairperson of the Information Regulator. She studied law at the University of Witwatersrand. She has a master's from Harvard University. She was chairperson of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. She has been a member and chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. She has also held the mandate as a special rapporteur on freedom of expression, access to information. She's been in the working group dealing with also issues of freedom of expression and access to information. She's a member of the UN Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and she has been Chancellor of the Vaal University of Technology in South Africa. So we are joined by someone who really understands and knows what the role of a regulator is. I don't know, Advocate Pansi, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Welcome, thank you. So, we were just, and the audience here, we're just talking about some of the challenges that they think regulators are experiencing. But maybe just to give you a few moments to tell us what has been your experience serving as the chairperson of the Information Regulator of South Africa.
It was quite tough because we were appointed in 2016 and 5 members of the regulator, including me as the chairperson. And at that time, there was nothing. When we were appointed, the first day that we met at the offices of the Department of Justice, we just had a boardroom that they assigned to us, and we had copies of the law. And we had to figure out this organization that we had to establish. What was fortunate was that I was one of the first members of the South African Human Rights Commission in 1995, but I was led by my chairperson, who was Professor Bani Pichani at that time, to establish the Human Rights Commission. But now I had the responsibility of leading the establishment of the information regulator. 5 years down the line, there we are, we have offices and we have over 80 staff members, but we started from base zero, starting with the organizational structure, the policies, and so on. So it's been quite a journey.
Thank you, Advocate Pansi. What will you advise? I mean, for example, Tanzania now, the parliament is discussing a data protection bill. And of course, there are provisions for a regulator. What will you advise a regulator who's just in your situation? I mean, what are some of the priority areas that they should think about when they are setting up?
I think the first thing to say is the legislative framework. Because if the legislative framework does not entrench the independence of the organization, that is where the problem starts. Because most of the organizations, I think, on our continent, they are part of a ministry. And for me, that makes your task very difficult if a regulator has to report to the executive. With us, fortunately, our legislation makes us independent. We don't report to the executive. We are appointed by the president on the recommendation of the National Assembly, and we account to the National Assembly and not to the executive. So the independence is very important. But having said that, you can have legislative independence, but to be truly independent, you have to walk the talk. But where we started ourselves, we started with coming up with the organizational structure. And to do that, we went on study tours to Canada, to the UK, why, and to Germany. And why those particular countries? Because they have a dual mandate like us. We not only regulate data protection, but we also regulate the right of access to information. So that's where we started. And then thereafter, we then came up with policies, governance policies for the establishment of the organization. And then we then had to bring people on board who will then do the job. And we started with the CEO. That's where we started. And then from there, incrementally, we started looking at the documents, standard setting documents, such as guidelines and guidance notes and so on.
Advocate Pansi, you talk about hiring people, I mean, coming up with a structure. The challenge that we have, I mean, like for myself, I work with private sector, and you find that even getting people who are qualified or who do understand what data protection or information regulation is all about is a challenge. So how do you go about hiring individuals to work in the various departments, in the various functions, and there's that knowledge or that experience in information regulation is not there yet?
No, it's not there. Even in our country, it is not there because it's the new area of law. And even those organizations that set themselves out as experts, I can say without a fear of contradiction that there is no real expert on data protection in South Africa, because you can only be an expert by doing. So we are the ones who are in the process of doing. And it is quite difficult. When we employed people, we, the 5 members of the regulator, are the ones who had experience, because we had been trying to interpret the law for the past 5 years until people came in. So it's still a struggle up to now, but we're all learning on the go. We have to accept that. And we also have to accept that in doing so, you'll make mistakes, and be humble enough to acknowledge your mistakes.
Yeah, and just a follow-up question. There's the issue of financial independence. Of course, you've mentioned, I think POPIA does provide a measure of independence to the information regulator. But then what about financial independence? Like you'll find, for example, just before you joined in, one of our colleagues from Uganda was telling us that the regulator there not answers to two tiers, to a department within a ministry and then to a ministry. But maybe you can take us through to what extent in terms of the financials, in terms of economic independence, how does that work within your framework?
Well, you see, we still have a challenge, and our challenge is that because we were a startup, the Department of Justice was tasked with the responsibility of assisting us to establish. So our budget is still with the Department of Justice. We argue for our debate, for our budget with Treasury, but when it comes ring-fenced with the department, through the Department of Justice. We still are tied to the Department of Justice in the sense that in our law, for us to be completely independent, we have to be listed in the Public Finance Management Act as as a constitutional body, and that is taking time. But what we have decided to do, because for me, independence is something that you have to assert. Because if you don't assert it yourself, you will not be able, you have to assert it through the work that you do. I mean, even if the Department of Justice, for instance, in our case, it's still sort of the midwife of the information regulator. But when they suffered a major data breach, and at the time when they suffered a major data breach, we were still using the systems, the IT systems of the Department of Justice. But as I talk now, we are investigating them insofar as that data breach is concerned. And we invoke all the powers. If they don't respond, we invoke the powers. We don't say because they were our midwives and they're helping us to set up, we should now go soft on them. No, we are investigating them like we would have investigated any other responsible party that has suffered the breach. So the point that I'm making is that you may not be financially independent or structurally independent, but when it comes to your powers and exercising your powers and performing your duties without fear, favor, or prejudice, that is where you have to demonstrate your independence.
Yeah, I mean, I almost said amen, because before you joined in, one of our colleagues was just talking about where a Ministry of Immigration in her country had posted very sensitive personal data about people who had not collected their passports, and they posted it online. And then the question was arising, where is the regulator? Why isn't the regulator asking tough questions about sensitive personal information being plastered there? But I think what I take from it is that assertion that a regulator, whether the statute provides for it or not, the regulator really needs to assert themselves and take that space. And also, as I think I love what you said, in that you said you are also taking the Ministry of Justice to account, in as much that is the Ministry of Justice that your budget is tied to this office. Now, to another issue, in that as a regulator, there are certain kinds of collaborations that, of course, must be undertaken. For example, how do you collaborate with the public sector to ensure their independence or ensure their compliance? One of our colleagues talked about this, that there is very low public education in her country in terms of people knowing, one, what are the rights of a data subjects, and two, to know what does compliance mean. That's why I asked the question before you came in, that if I've read POPIA, does that make me an expert? And then, so maybe you can take us through what are the kind of collaborations you have with public and private sectors to ensure their compliance? How do you carry out public education? What are the success stories and what are the challenges you're facing?
Yeah, you see, when we started, our stakeholders were driving us, in the sense that they would dictate to us that we want this stakeholder management, we want public awareness in this. And we're running around, like, a whirlwind. And we decided, once we had an education and communication unit, we then structured that to say, we're going to do those public awareness campaigns through sectors. so that we just don't go to the Department of Correctional Services, or we go to a bank, or we bank A or bank. So we'll say if we're doing a stakeholder engagement, we'll do that, for instance, with the telecommunications sector. So we do it sectorally. But as we do that, our mandate is broad because it says we have to advise on compliance with the Act. And we then have to walk a very narrow line and not to cross the line of possible conflict of interest, because when you give advice, you have to make sure that your advice is not legal advice. You have to just educate the stakeholders generally about the application of the law, so that if you get a complaint against them, they should not come back and say, but you are the ones who told us to do it like that. I think that's one thing that as regulators, we battle to give advice and make sure that as you educate, you don't give legal advice, so that in future, when you get a complaint against a body that you gave advice to, there shouldn't be any conflict of interest.
That brings me to another question in terms of this partnership. So you find that across the continent, there are not only data protection regulators, but also government institutions that carry out regulation that do get resources from development partners, from private sector. I don't know, what do you like? Is it the same situation in South Africa? Because you say, as you have partnership with this institution, you also have to regulate them. But on the issue of providing resources, especially through development partners, private sector saying, we have these resources, we want to give to the information regulator to carry out this task or that task. Do you experience this? And if yes, how do you handle it?
Not yet, but I think the starting point should be your donor funding policy. If you don't have that, you may entangle yourself in all sorts of trouble. And for me, fortunately, because I've been in a guinea pig of independent institutions, I mean, even in elections, we have not, the only time when we ask for donor funding was at the time when we were hosting the International Conference of Information Commissioners, which is information commissioners on the access to information side. And we then ask for donations to host that conference. But I think it would be very dangerous to get funding to execute your legislative mandate, probably outside education. But even if you get money for education, you have to be strategic on how you're going to use it. For instance, maybe you should have a collaboration with an NGO that can administer that fund, so the funds, so that your independence is not compromised. But insofar as what I always talk about is that the big tech companies, for instance, the social media companies, I'm very weary to get any funding from them, because they are the ones that are holding a lot of personal information, and those are the ones that we have to regulate. So it's a tight, with us, we have not, except the instance that I have just given you, we have not received funding from anyone or even asked for funding from anybody.
Thank you for that, Advocate Pansy. Before we go into the questions from the audience, both physical and online, I mean, what strategies are there in place to engage in collaboration with other data protection agencies across the continent? Is it something that you're engaged in, for example, peer review, collaboration, in terms of aligning laws and policies?
Yes, on the continent, yes, as you know, we have the network of African data protection authorities, and we are part of that. But we are also a member of the Global Privacy Assembly, which is the assembly at the data protection global level. And even there, I always make sure, and maybe people are even getting tired of me, that when there are global assemblies like that we have just had in Turkey just last week, to make sure that the African continent is well represented. Because they will draw up the whole agenda, and you find that there is only one African on the agenda. And I have always said, people here, we are here, and if we don't do that, they forget about us. And we have to make our voices heard even at that level, not only on the African continent. We have to be united on the African continent so that when we go to the global level, we go as a strong, united force. But yes, we do collaborate through that, but we haven't done peer review yet, because I think that's quite sensitive, particularly because if you're going to do peer review, you then come to issues of independence, and we are structured differently. So for now, we are not doing that.
Thank you so much. So we'll open for a few questions from the audience and online. Onyuka, any questions online that you could flag?
Yes, we have a few questions online, and the first question is, I'm curious to know how the regulator will oversee implementation of data protection by public authorities. For instance, in implementation of new technologies or products. That's one. The second question is, when the Data Protection Act says that the regulator, the data commissioner, shall issue a certificate of registration to data processors and data controllers, does it mean that data processors and controllers are licensed?
Maybe we can take that. So the South African case is a bit different. So maybe what we'll ask Advocate Pansy is to take us through. I mean, there's been the question of technology, Advocate Pansy. How are you dealing with emerging technology in terms of regulation? And two, maybe you can just take us through the registration process. Who do you register in South Africa, and what does that registration look like? I think the question was tailored, I think it tailored to a Kenyan context, if I'm not wrong, or a Ugandan context, but maybe you can take us through that.
You see, monitoring technology is in our legislative mandate. So we then have to decide ourselves, because we have to monitor new technologies and existing and see how they impact on the protection of personal information. Just before this meeting, actually, we just had a meeting of one of our committees, and we decided that the first research that we're going to make on effect of technology is in the health sector. That's what we're going to do. The technology that is used in the health sector, we're going to do this. We'll start with a pilot on how the technology that they use impact on the protection of personal information. So we do that, and it's something that is in our mandate. But because we have a small budget, we have to be strategic and say which sectors do we monitor and research. This is the second pilot. The first one we did on surveillance. You know, there are all these surveillance cameras that are put, CCTV cameras in public spaces. And the first pilot that we did was on that. And we're going to build on that. We just looked at the city of Johannesburg and the city of Cape Town, because that's where you have the CCTV cameras and see the compliance, and also test the people, which was quite interesting. People were saying, look, we'd rather forfeit our right to privacy in favor of security. Because if we're going to be safe, if these cameras are going to protect our safety, would rather be safe than protect our privacy. So that's what came out. But we're then going to expand. But we don't register anybody. The only thing that we have in our law is that all public bodies and all private bodies have to register their information officers with us. And in that regard, we then have developed a portal, and everyone is self-registering on that portal. So that's the only requirement in our law, to register with all the information officers with the information, and we give them the certificate, of course, after that.
I think what I'm getting from you, especially on the first point, is that the need for a regulator to prioritize, because you have limited resources. And I think you've talked about public surveillance and the health sector. And if that's something other regulators perhaps could look at, if they're not doing the same, to see what sectors do we look at in the short term, in the midterm, and in the long term. Thank you so much. Another question?
Yes, so there's a comment and a question, I would say. I'm curious to see how the ODPC will enforce the DPA, especially when it comes to the recovery of damages of data subjects and generally the issuance of sanctions and warning, just like the EU Data Protection Authority. My concern lies especially with telecommunication companies that are often found in the bracket of data breach by virtue of being almost monopolies. Thank you. Maybe you could comment on that.
Yeah, maybe now if we put it in the South African context for Advocate Pansy, have you started issuing administrative orders or fines, and how does that look like?
Well, on the 15th of November, we are going to have our enforcement committee sitting for the first time. Because how it happens we have to investigate, and then after that, we then send we submit the investigation report to the enforcement committee, which is made up of external people and one member of the regulator. And it is the enforcement committee that is going to make a findings and a recommendation on the sanction. So we haven't done that. Even the first batch of reports that we are sending to the enforcement committee is on compliance with the promotion of access to information, actually, because we conducted assessments of compliance in some banks and in municipalities. So we could have easily said to them that you are not complying in this and this respect, please comply. But what we have decided strategically is to take those reports to the enforcement committee. So the enforcement committee can then make a finding that you have not complied in this respect. We are then ordering you to recommending to the regulator to tell you to comply. The utility of that is that non-compliance with the enforcement notice that we're going to issue has legal consequences. That's why we have decided to go the enforcement route. But we have not yet had a investigation report on POPIA that is ready to go to the enforcement committee. But we have big investigations that we are conducting. Some of them are assessments. We have the Department of Justice. We also had a big, credit bureau called TransUnion, which was suffered a major security compromise, and also a pharmaceutical company. Those three we're investigating. We hope that after conducting the investigation, we'll then send the report to the enforcement committee, and maybe from
Advocate Fancy, just to chime in there, how do you manage public expectation? You see, like for me, if I'm a data subject out there, I'm like, this regulator is doing nothing. We want to see blood, we want to see action. And so how do you manage the expectation of the public who really are saying, we want to see action? They are baying for blood.
Yeah. I mean, people are saying that. They say they're beginning to call us a toothless bulldog. But I mean, if you investigate or you do an assessment on a big company on WhatsApp, it's not anything that you should rush. You are investigating people who have deep pockets. So you have to, and there is no big or even small company that you're investigating that is going to pay a fine of 10 million just like that. Before they pay it, they will have taken you to court many times. So you have to make sure that your investigation is foolproof and it's done properly. So it takes a long time, taking into consideration the resources.
How prepared are you? I mean, I'm just looking forward. I'm just looking ahead. In terms, this litigation will come. I mean, you'll find like lawyers like myself who will tell people, no, this one we need to go to court and challenge the decision of the regulator. So what kind of preparedness do you put in place to ensure that once this litigation comes, whichever court they are going, whether it's the High Court or to whatever institution that deals with the appeal, how do you prepare for that?
Well, how else can we depend on our internal resources, but the strategy that we have also embarked on is depending on the complexity of the investigation or the assessment that we are conducting. We will then pair the internal resource with the external one, maybe a firm of attorneys, if that's what it is, or if it's a forensic IT investigation that is required, then you get the resources of that. Like in the DOJ, for instance, investigation, we have commissioned, we're doing it together with a forensic investigator.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Yes, ma'am, there's a hand there. Bishop will have the mic. There's a hand there, and then there's another here.
Good afternoon, Advocate. My name is Erica Zachary, and I am the owner of Afro-Centered LLC and a law and policy consultant. I have a question as a descendant of one of the millions of people transported involuntarily to Western colonies. And representing Afro-descendants around the world. From a policy framework perspective and a policy formulation and promulgation perspective, Whenever we see African continental countries, African Union countries doing policy formation in the privacy space, we always hear or see about you going to the same 5 actors: the US, the UK, the EU, Germany, Canada, Australia, and using your policy experience in those places to create and form law and policy back in your African country. This is curious to me because we have countries like Antigua and Barbuda. We have countries like Trinidad and Tobago. We have countries like St. Lucia. We have countries like Anguilla, who have had privacy acts and statutes on their books as early as 2003. But you never visit these Black countries that are in the Caribbean and Central and South America and look at them as a sandbox with a population identical to your own that you can look to when you're looking at creating policy frameworks, creating data protection frameworks. We always go to Europe. We always sort of acquiesce to the GDPR and to European sensibilities. And so I'm wondering, in moving forward as Black advocates, as Black law and policy professionals, how do you think we can incorporate a conversation between Afro-descendant diaspora and African continent populations and African diasporas so that we can work together in creating policy spaces and frameworks that work for us as global Black people, because we are the global majority. Thank you.
No, you're making a very valid point. And I mean, I subscribe wholly to your notion. I think the context, and I'm not trying to defend or justify anything because there's nothing that defendable on this issue. But the only reason why we went to the countries that I spoke about is that very few countries globally have a dual mandate. You have countries that either deal with access to information or deal with, I think Mexico is one of those that have a dual mandate as well, outside the Western world. And at that time, really, we're looking at the Canadian model also because our act was also informed by it. But going forward, you are correct that we should do that. That is why I'm saying that all the time in this global formations that we are part of, they just forget about us. They will do a whole program with 20 speakers and nobody from Africa. And we should always, all the time, sometimes I feel that I'm a nuisance because I'm the one who will always say, no, it cannot be like that. We are here, you have to include us. So we have to do that consciously, all of us. And I'm glad you raised that point so that we remind ourselves all the time going forward to ensure that we work together as people from the global South.
Thank you so much. So we'll have another question. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for your response. I think it's great. And I bring it up I would just want to reemphasize, this is not an accusatory tone.
Yes.
I bring it up because I want to bring it into the policy space, into the conversation, because we were all colonized. And so I just want to make sure that we try to decolonize our thinking around privacy and data protection and around any legal policy making. And just a last note about Mexico, the liberator of Mexico, Vicente Guerrero, was a Black ex-slave in Mexico who liberated Mexico from the French and the Spanish and served as the second vice president of Mexico. And Mexico has recently started surfacing its Afro-Mexican culture and actually recognizing them legally. So there's so far in the census 6 million Afro-Mexicans who are in Mexico and who are driving the culture. There's the state of Guerrero, which is still called the free and sovereign state of Guerrero in Mexico. And that's because of a Black African slave. So I just want to make sure that we understand that Blackness is global and anti-Black Blackness, unfortunately, is global. And so as you move forward in your policy making, and I'm volunteering myself, I'm always wanting to encourage the incorporation of our communities talking to each other and collaborating with each other. So I'm happy to help. I'm putting my efforts where my mouth is. So I'm happy to provide any input.
Thank you so much. So maybe we can have two more because of time and wrap up. So there's a question here, then one from here at the front.
She has a mic already.
Oh, okay, yes.
Hello, my name is Wangeshi. Dr. Pansy, I would like to hear some of the achievements of the information regulator office where you sit right now. In the past 5 years, the major successes you've had just to inspire other regulators in Africa. I would also love to ask whether the level of independence your office has it allowed you to properly conduct your mandate? Thank you.
Should I answer or should I wait for the next question?
Please respond.
Yeah. I think the successes are the guidance notes and the guidelines that we have developed to guide the industry. Quite a number of them, they are on our website. But we are very proud of the establishment of the enforcement committee that is going to be sitting for the first time next week, but also for having issued 2 codes of conduct to 2 major industries, which is the Banking Association of South Africa and the Credit Bureau of Association. And we are proud because, I mean, we sent back their applications 3 times. 3 times for the CBA and 2 times for the Banking Association. And that's asserting your independence because they apply. If they don't comply, it's not up to us to tell them how. We have issued a guideline, the act is there, they have to look at the guidelines, they have to look at the act and ensure that they comply. So they submitted the application, we said you don't comply in the following respect. And then they came back, they were still non-compliant, even the 3rd time. And only when we were very sure that they were compliant. And within us, there was that debate to say, if they have complied in this respect, should we tell them how to comply? And I said, no, that's not our job. They have to look at the act and make sure that they comply. So those are some of the achievements. The independence is something that you have, it's walking the talk, really. You can only achieve that independence if you are very deliberate about it and remind yourself all the time that you are independent. And I think so far we have succeeded to do that.
Thank you. So one more question from our online audience, and then we can conclude.
Yes, so it's a bit of a long question, and maybe you'd just allow to it. So Emmanuel Boama indicates education has a lot of role to play when it comes to compliance. Just as the moderator said, a lot of organizations treat data protection as an IT subject. The regulator should be resourced enough so that they can carry out a lot of education. I would think the commissioners should organize a conference for business owners who I see as the largest data controllers and educate them on how to structure data protection in their organizations. This will make the work of DPOs or DPs much easier because most of the times it becomes difficult convincing the executives on issues of DPA. Most of them think once you have a few documentation, it means the organization is in compliance, but this is not the case. So maybe you could comment that as we finalize.
Thank you so much. So Advocate Pansy, what your parting comments on this and your advice perhaps to other regulators? Maybe just a few moments and we could end it at there.
Yeah, I like that question because data protection is regarded as an IT matter. And in our organization, we stress that data protection is a human rights matter. We have to inculcate that view that ours as data protection authorities is a human rights mandate. We protect the right to privacy as it relates to personal information, which is closely tied to the right to human dignity. If we can have that approach, then I think, and if we use that to preach compliance to the people that we regulate, to say you can't do as you wish with my personal information, because my personal information makes me who I am. It's part of me in as much as you wouldn't want your property to be abused and so on. So that should be the basis, really. And that's my parting shot, to say we have to preach the human rights approach to data protection, because it's connected with so many rights: human dignity, freedom of expression, freedom of association, of movement. And that's the way to go. And that's my parting shot.
Thank you so much, Advocate Pansy, the chairperson of the Information Regulator in South Africa. I think what I got, one important thing: walk the talk. As a regulator, doesn't matter how your policy, how your statute is crafted, but when you walk the talk, then the people will listen. And as your parting shot, that we remember that we are dealing with a fundamental right and freedom. In the Kenyan Constitution, in the South African Constitution, it's the right to privacy. I think many constitutions around the continent have this provision on the right to privacy. And if as regulators stick to that, they walk the talk, they'll be able to wade through the murky waters of political interference, of financial non-independence. Thank you so much, Advocate Pansy, for your time. We'll be looking forward to see what your Committee on Enforcement comes up with. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time, and I'm sure everybody around the continent has gained something. And hopefully, we shall be going to the African diaspora to learn more about privacy and the data protection. Asante sana, shukran, kwaheri.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our able panelists, thank you so much, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, Pansy. So at this point, I'd like us to talk about a little on the next stage. And the last panelist have just alluded to human rights. And that's basically the discussion that we'll be having in the next panel discussion in a few. And it is human rights concern related to public-private surveillance partnership and necessary safeguards. Basically, you could see we are trying to do a chronology of things, moving from one area to another as we move from one aspect to the other. So the session is more or less like a panel. Then the objective of this is to discuss the risk and protection of human rights abuses that emerge from the partnerships through investigations and public reporting. We have put together a very able panel of distinguished moderators from at Privacy International, one of our partners who will be speaking on this particular topic. And I want it to be as engaging as the last conversation. You could realize we've engaged each other clearly and engaged each other. Feel free to write all the questions. Feel free to reach out, discuss any questions that you'd like to relate to us. I'd like also at this point to just recognize all the efforts that you are doing and appreciate you for your time, for coming through. All the online guys who have joined us online, continue tweeting, continue asking all the questions, reach out with all the questions. Feel free to discuss as we continue. The essence of this particular forum is just to engage, to interact together so that we continue with these discussions. Tomorrow, basically, we'll delve into more critical areas as well. Today, we've just dwelled in a few of the other things that we're looking at. And also, this is a roadmap that started, like I'd said yesterday, the roadmap started, we did master classes, we have done all these discussions and the like, and this culminates in this. And my call to you is that not to end these discussions here as you go back to your organizations. Try as much as possible to implement these details and ensure that we engage each other. So at this point, I'd like just to engage you in one thing so far that you have learned in this particular event, in a nutshell, something that has really alluded. So I'll give two opportunities for two people, just a burning general overview. And what is your expectation for the next panel? So you know the drill. If you look down, I'll come to you. So it's better you nominate yourself. This side, one person spoke. So just a general comment on what are your expectations for the next panel. And the panel is discussing on human rights concerns related to public-private surveillance partnership and necessary safeguards. This is your time to tell us something that you want the panelists to allude to.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Kithinji. I'm a lawyer by profession. So I expect the panelists to address in sufficient detail any possible measures the public can put in place to protect themselves from their surveillance, both by state and by private parties. So I'm talking about technical measures you can use on your devices or such kind of measures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we've captured that particular bit in terms of what our expectations are and what is, and I hope the panelists for this session have captured the same. So thank you so much. I think we're ready for the next panel. So enjoy the session. I'd like the announcer to kindly invite our moderator for this particular session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to chair the fifth panel, Lucy Odibat, lawyer at Privacy International, admitted as a solicitor in England and Wales.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here in person. I attended the Privacy Symposium remotely last year, and even then I could see through the screen how much fun everyone was having and how much they were learning. So I'm really, really glad to be able to join in person this year. I would like to welcome first my in-person panelists. We'll start with Catherine Muya. Catherine is a digital program officer at Article 19 Kenya. Article 19 is an organization that defends freedom of expression around the world. Welcome, Catherine. Next, I'd like to welcome Dorothy Mukasa. I'm sure many of you here know Dorothy. She's the executive director of Unwanted Witness, our amazing hosts here in Nairobi. Then I'd like to welcome Nuno Guerreiro de Souza, who's my colleague at Privacy International. Nuno is a technologist who works with me on public-private surveillance partnerships and manages our work on surveillance advertising. Welcome, Nuno. And then we have some online panelists. I hope they're connected. We have Ixtel Dokpigma. Do we have Ixtel? Okay, I'll introduce Ixtel and maybe she can join a bit later. She's an attorney licensed to practice law in New York and a member of the Cameroon Bar Association, currently lead counsel for global privacy compliance at Meta Platforms. All right, well, hopefully Ixtel can join us. And then we have Dr. Patricia Bosch. Do we have Dr. Patricia Bosch?
Hello, everyone.
Yes, amazing. Hello, Doctor. So Dr. Patricia Bosch is a data privacy trainer and consultant. She's the co-founder and co-director of the African Law and Technology Institute, a research institute that focuses on the interrelation between law, technology, and society from an interdisciplinary perspective. So welcome to all our wonderful panelists. I'll first do a brief introduction to the subject of this panel because the concept of surveillance partnerships is sometimes a little bit obscure, but it is an issue that is pervasive in many countries around the world. And there's very similar issues that arise in all these contexts and that we can learn to tackle all together. So what's been happening in recent years is that states have been attempting to expand their surveillance capabilities and to harness the power of data in order to deliver their public services and to monitor their populations. And to do so, they're often tempted to use the services of private technology companies through public-private partnerships. We can think of public-private partnerships in a traditional sense as a government contracting with a public infrastructure company to build roads. Well, it's kind of the same concept here, except the government is contracting with a technology company that has an innovative tool that it provides the government with. So during the pandemic, the fight against COVID-19 has really increased the perceived urgency to find answers and solutions, and the need for states to use innovative technologies and big data analytic systems that are developed by companies. So what happens is that states develop new systems that are entirely reliant on the services of one company, which in return receives access to data and other information for use in developing its own services. So the profit relationship is not just monetary, but it's also an information profit. And the nature of these partnerships is quite different because beyond a one-off commercial relationship in the traditional sense where you provide a service and the government pays you, in these cases, the partnerships are often built over long-term courting and lobbying of governments. We've heard of companies, paying watermelon cocktails in bars in London to government officials. So in the end, these companies are getting increased access to data that is supposed to be data used for the public good. And they're entrenching their services in governments, such as governments are then kind of stuck with the services of this one company. And importantly, these processes often circumvent public procurement rules where they exist, and they impede on fundamental rights in the process because there's not enough impact assessments that are being performed. So through this panel, I'd like to hear from all panelists about their experiences of these surveillance partnerships and the deployment of surveillance technologies in the countries and the regions where they work, and to identify any risks and potential human rights abuses that emerge from these partnerships, and hopefully find some solutions and methods that we can use to avoid being prey to these human rights abuses. So maybe I'll start with you, Dorothy. Honor to you. What examples from your work at Unwanted Witness can you think of where a company partnered with a government or contracted with a government for the deployment of data processing or surveillance technology? And what kinds of problems did this raise for you?
Thanks so much, Lucy. In Uganda, like in many other countries in the world, we are seeing governments using technology for different purposes, but we all know that governments do not develop these technologies. So they use, like Lucia said, they use private companies that sometimes reach out to them, or governments source out these companies to be able to supply the technologies. And in Uganda, there are different technologies that have been used, and some are being proposed. Like the proposal we have now is the car tracking technology that is supposed to track everybody, that is supposed to be embedded in private and public number plates of all vehicles and vessels, and so in early this year, around January, Unwanted Witness, after doing so much work around surveillance, we did a study on CCTV systems in Uganda. The CCTV systems in Uganda were introduced in 2007. That was the expansion, but it was a time when Uganda was hosting CHOGM, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. And so that was the first time that the CCTV system was introduced in the country, but it was on a small scale. And somehow, for some reasons, for corruption reasons and other reasons, it failed to work out, But, money was spent on these systems. Later, throughout the years, there were then brutal murders of prominent politicians on the streets, and individuals that went missing. So then government used that as an excuse to then broaden the CCTV system at that time. So then they were looking at security as a common excuse for many governments to deploy surveillance. So they used provision of national security as a reason to expand on the system. This time around, they deployed, they contracted Huawei as a company to be able to supply the systems. So this began in 2016. So to date, as a country, Uganda has over 5,000 CCTV cameras deployed in different streets and urban centers. And these CCTVs are fitted with artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence and facial recognition technologies. So, you know, Uganda is also known for chaos wherever and human rights violations of recently when it comes to elections. And in 2021, we had our elections, but before that, during the campaigns, there were a lot of arrests, you know, and clamping down on different opposition and civil society organizations that are very critical on issues of accountability. So we decided to do a study because some of these human rights violations were linked to CCTV systems because government, I mean, the police would use the systems to track young people who are demonstrating on the streets or young people that you know, are involved in these campaigns, and they would push out these images and look out for these people and arrest them. So we thought it was government was then using the systems for other reasons that initially were not supposed to be used. Where the reasons were different from the procurement reasons that were given in 2016. So in 2022 this year, we did a study looking at specifically focusing on the role of parliament, you know, in oversight, because in Ugandan Constitution, Article 164, you know, gives Parliament the power to monitor government expenditure, but also ensure that human rights are not violated. And it's the same government that really appropriates these resources, you know, to be able to fund the deployment of cameras. So we did a study to understand whether the Parliament really undertook its role to be able to defend people, and if so, why are the cameras being used to abuse fundamental human rights? So from our study, we realized that one, yes, Parliament appropriate the funds, but then they fell short in regards to undertaking the oversight role. So they did not whatsoever monitor how the system was being used. But also, we also discovered that while they did appropriate the funds, they didn't provide remedies for potential human rights violations. So all they did was issue out the money, but they did not really consider remedies if the systems may have human rights implications. The other finding was that Parliament itself was not aware of the contracts. You know, they did not know how they don't have details of the contracts that were signed between government and Huawei. And this is common because the system was disguised as a national security concern, but also national security funds are always, passed as, classified expenditure, and therefore there's little or no information that's provided to even members of public. So it becomes very hard for them to seek for accountability and also transparency in the application of these systems. up to date, these contracts are not known, okay? As I was here the other day, I read from the papers that Parliament had really requested that government, the relevant ministry provides the kind of cameras, the nature of contracts, you know, and also provide the supplier of these cameras. But what I know is that it will be very difficult for government to provide this information, you know, because even when they tried with the CCTV, I mean, rather with the car tracking proposal to seek for these contracts, government always says there is a clause, a non-disclosure disclosure clause that is binding, and once this contract is made public, then government will have to pay foot bills, legal suits for these companies, which makes it very hard to seek accountability for those areas. So, like I said, the violations that have come along with these systems is the multiple use of the systems. Okay, it goes beyond the purpose of providing national security to really crack down on deceptive views, you know, crack down on different individuals that seem critical of government, but also the issue of accountability. Even when you know that the system is being used to violate rights, there's no remedy, you know, there's no mechanism to seek remedy or redress for those whose rights have been violated, you know. But also in terms of seeking for accountability, in terms of in the area of value for money, you know? We know that there's a lot of money that has been invested in these systems, okay? But also even legally, legal institutions like Parliament cannot seek for accountability or seek for or do an audit, you know, in terms of whether there's really value for money for the systems that we are procured, because all the processes are screwed in secrecy. So it becomes very hard to seek for accountability, but also transparency. But you also found out that there wasn't any privacy impact assessment made in regards to whether this is the system or the technology that's being procured, one will not affect the public, you know, will not invade on people's privacy, which then also becomes very hard to seek for remedies. The traditional procurement mechanism was also avoided because there was no public bidding, open bidding. Huawei was either outsourced, because no Ugandan will tell you how, you know, Huawei came to win this contract. They were either outsourced or they really approached government to be able to supply these systems. So it becomes very hard for the public or even duty bearers to be able to seek for accountability and also hold the company to account, because by any standards, by human rights standards, it's supposed to be accountable as a company that does business in Uganda when it comes to respecting human rights.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. You've covered so many issues, and you've really hit I mean, I think 90% of the issues that we see in these kinds of partnerships. You mentioned function creep and how the use of a technology is often expanded beyond its original purpose. That's something that we really see in all kinds of surveillance partnership situations. And I can think of one in the UK that we're trying to challenge at the moment, where GPS ankle tags were deployed in the criminal justice system to track offenders once they're released from prison. And now the Home Office in the UK, which is the immigration enforcer, has now started using those on asylum seekers who come to the UK through what they call irregular routes. But they've deployed this without any parliamentary debate, without any public debate, without any safeguards to prevent human rights abuses. So you can really see it's once the technology is deployed, it's kind of in the wild, and you feel like it's going to be grabbed by all kinds of actors for their own benefit. I mean, you mentioned oversight as well. Parliamentary oversight is definitely a mechanism that can be useful in many countries. And obviously lack of transparency, which is kind of the basic requirement in order to be able to challenge those partnerships. You need to see the contracts. You need to know how they came about. You need to see any impact assessments. And often that's quite lacking. But I'll move on now to Catherine, and I'd love to hear from your experience of watching and analyzing surveillance technology deployments in Kenya or in other countries in East Africa, and what are the common challenges you encounter, and the potential human rights abuses that come out of these technologies.
Well, I think the challenges are more or less the same as the ones that Dorothy highlighted. So before we joined this panel over lunch, I was looking through my phone, and one of, I think, our new incoming or newly appointed CSS was like, I am almost locating the SGR contract, and once I do, I will table it before Parliament. So the SGR contract doesn't really necessarily talk about surveillance, but it's just, it talks about the standard gauge relay, which is something that was a contract that has been continuously hidden away from Kenyans that we've never seen. And it just goes on to then continuously show the attitude of government when it comes towards procurement. And that was like maybe, let's say, a direct government-to-government contract, but even contracts with private companies are not necessarily released. Like Dorothy mentioned, we might not know which private companies there are. Those private companies might be directly sourced, or there might be a tender for these companies. But so one Kenyan example that I would give is not necessarily related to surveillance, but it just shows maybe because we just came out of an election, right? And it has to do with data. I thought it was a relevant example. So for many Kenyans, we both know about Smartmatic. So Smartmatic was like a company that was helping the IEBC then do the elections in Kenya, the biometric identification, voter registration, and transmission. So there were concerns around, because of previous history elections, there was concern around how this, first of all, there was an open tender process, and the tender process was challenged in court, and then, they went through it. But then now, once we were in the electoral process, there were a couple of people who were writing about the election and the technology that was being used. And some of the questions they raised was, in the consideration of picking Smartmatic as a company, they wanted to know what due diligence was done within this company. For example, to know the oversight of the directors of the company or the due diligence of the company. And there are certain questions that were raised to the company, including the auditing of software, why it costs so much, as compared to the previous contract that had been given to, I think, IDEMIA. And so there were these concerns about the oversight and the data lifecycle of everything that they were going to handle, from the biometric identification of all the voters till the final step in which they then exit. And the company was not able to answer these questions, mostly relying on issues around, IBC is the official, maybe let's say, spokesperson around what this is supposed to happen. And even when they were asked about their own oversight, their own corporate governance, the fact that people were looking for their own independent directors, and there were concerns about why was this not something that you would look at if you were going to contract this company and pay them 3.9 billion Kenyan shillings, which is almost, 30 something million. So it's like concerns, right? And so it brings onto the fore like things that you do when you see this company. So like you said, these companies are coming to provide a service to government, and they're more or less often able to, because they want to be paid their money, and because they really don't maybe care that much about how the government is going to use the technology in the end, they might not really concern themselves with the use that the government is going to put into these things. And then also they rely on certain confidentiality clauses to just evade questions. And the idea of the procurement, which is not transparent, and the contracts which are not easily accessible. But I did see also a study from, not within the East African region, but from the MENA region, And it was run by the BHR Center, the Business and Human Rights Center, and they were looking at the use of surveillance equipment, surveillance technologies in asylums and migration. And so I think for me, what stood out when I was reading through the study was the fact that so the scope increases, as you were saying, so that it then now poses risk to asylum seekers and people who are moving into the country, and then also then now just creates this whole system of profiling for the people who are moving within this region. But when the BHR was interested in finding out how do these companies engage stakeholders, how do they, what oversight do they have, do they conduct human rights due diligence? And I think they were looking at 24 companies, and out of the 24 companies, only 4 of them probably had conducted TPIAs or had engaged stakeholders. Others, and they were looking at also redress mechanisms. Others were not able to speak of effective redress mechanisms that users could use in case they had or they suffered human rights violations. But there's something I also wanted to highlight in terms of I was wondering, right, in terms of, because the UN guiding principles are more or less just guiding, right? And they encourage companies to comply. And one of the questions I had was, when do you require, does a company need to do the human rights impact assessment before or after they join and after they are deploying services? Because then we are alarmed by the conducting of human rights impact assessments is nice and it's all good, but what happens if those impact assessments are then now, quote unquote, weaponized by a company to just make themselves look good, to make themselves look human rights compliant after they get into a region or a market? Because we're also seeing maybe a company that I know is conducting a human rights impact assessment now after moving into Ethiopia. And the question is, so how, maybe it will help you in your process as you're setting up or as you're setting in, but isn't also something that should have been considered before. And it brings me to my final point. So in Kenya, the French company IADEMIA is being sued by a couple of civil society organizations because they didn't conduct probably the human rights impact assessments to see how the impact that their business activities were going to have in Kenya, right? And IADEMIA is sort of like a French company, and so they were initially required to comply with the French due diligence law. But one of the questions that I had and I continuously have is, because it's a French company, then it might be able, because they have a due diligence law, then it might be compelled to do this human rights impact assessment. But if a government is contracting with different other companies, they would prefer then to pick a company that doesn't have all this human rights and data protection and compliance obligations over the ones that do. And so the ones that actually are implementing this would then suffer. So I think for me, the question was, and if you're looking at it from maybe like a business perspective, the question was, who then do you target your advocacy towards? I mean, the businesses are supposed to comply, but then I feel like in that case, then there should be a global push for each state to then have this sort of requirements even within the procurement law and procurement capacity, so that every company is evaluated in the same standard. I, for me, think that that's a gap, and we should look into that so that we give every company sort of like the same standard once we're evaluating. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine. No, that's fascinating, and that's such an important question. It's something that we encounter in our work as well, and I like to call the hot potato problem, where a government will contract with a company for use of their technology, and then you'll ask both parties, who's responsible for human rights compliance here? Who has performed an impact assessment? Can you explain how this whole works? And the company will say, well, we're just a data processor for the government. They use it however they want, so it's not our responsibility. And then the government will say, it's not our technology, it was developed by the company, so go and see the company and ask them questions. And so this really links very well to the United Nations guiding principles, which impose obligations both on companies and governments, but they are differing obligations, right? Whereas governments have a responsibility to protect human rights. Companies have an obligation not to perpetrate human rights abuses, which is a slightly different obligation. And there is a lot of discussion at the moment about how can we operationalize the guiding principles so that both parties in the relationship are, equally accountable and able to protect human rights in this circumstance. But yeah, we can come back to the guiding principles later because it's a really important point. And then about human rights impact assessments, whether they should be done before or after. I mean, my personal view is they should be done multiple times throughout the whole deployment, before, after deployment, and then you have to have a continuous assessment of how a technology is affecting populations and is being deployed, because it's an ongoing process. And I think it's something that the guiding principles recognize as well, that your human rights compliance, must happen throughout, like on a long-term basis, not just a one-off compliance checkbox, basically. Great. I mean, we're hearing just really fascinating examples from everyone. Maybe Nuno, I can ask you to speak about some examples from our work at PI of investigating partnerships in various countries around the world. We try and identify, the issues that are common to all these partnerships. So we'll just give an example from one or two countries, but I think the problems and the solutions might be applicable, in various places. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy. Again, we can see a lot of these issues in the partnerships we looked at Privacy International. One of them, though, has a slightly different issue to it, which is power dynamics. I'm going to talk a little bit about the partnership between Amazon Ring and the police in the United States. Where they managed to create this almost perfect symbiotic relationship where one hand washes the other. Basically, for those who don't know, like Ring, Amazon Ring are smart doorbells. They were bought by Amazon in 2018, and they are now the leading global doorbell camera sold around the world. So this is just to give an idea of the penetration of this product. And so it's been revealed that around 400 forces in the United States have partnered with Ring secretly. The exact terms of these partnerships are unknown, but through freedom of information requests and access to public records, we've sort of managed to draw a draft of what this partnership looks like, or get at least some information about it. So we know that the way Ring operates is when you buy the smart doorbell camera and you have it just on your front porch. Actually, my next door neighbor has one, which is not very good. Every time I walk through my door, it activates. It's not great. But the way it operates is they created some sort of social media where people can go and flag if there's something in their neighborhood that doesn't feel right. And so in this partnership with the police, Ring created a platform on top of this called the Ring Law Enforcement Portal, where the police can basically see where Ring doorbell cameras are deployed. Think of this as a map, and like where you can see the reach. Like it's like the police is literally can access people's doorbells. So here we can see the potential for this mass surveillance network, which actually allows police to request for footage from people directly without what would usually require a warrant or something similar. So this partnership kind of erases an important safeguard on people's data and just completely tramples on it, which is extremely problematic. And on the other hand, we have Ring taking an enormous advantage on this partnership, because who better to promote a security doorbell camera than the police, who comes knocking on your door and saying, hey, have you thought about installing a smart doorbell camera? And it makes you think, even if you haven't thought about this before, it makes you think twice. If the police is coming to my door to suggest this, maybe I should put a doorbell camera. And so there's this power dynamic, which also does not help in people actually thinking that they have a choice. I mean, in providing the data, at least. Another thing is, from the documentation that was obtained, although the exact terms are not known, it's known that Ring held complete control over the communications of the police about this partnership. So There's countless tweets templates, Facebook post templates that Ring designed and that the police used. So this is also very problematic. And also they provided training on the police on how to effectively request footage from the public. So they're actively trying to create a shortcut for the police to gain access to this data. Sorry. And just for reference, the product that we're talking about doesn't have the best history in terms of security. It's been it's been shown that it's hackable. Login details have been hacked, allowing people to access footage from anywhere around the world. There have been stories of employees from Amazon being fired for accessing people's footage. And by the way, I'm talking specifically about the Ring, the doorbell, but they also provide home security devices so that you, for example, can see if your kid is asleep or something. So these people have access to this data. And it actually triggered US senators to write a letter to Jeff Bezos with concerns about how customer data was being safeguarded. And just to now to bring it back to the common points with the other partnerships, this is again a partnership where we don't have access to contracts, where the public was not consulted, although this deeply affects them. There was no DPI, data protection impact assessment, or human rights impact assessment. And the partnership brings the potential to trample on existing safeguards, like the warrants that we talked about. And so this makes you question if this public-private partnership that's held on one side by the police, who is supposed to keep you safe, is actually keeping you safe, or if it's creating shortcuts that can potentially violate your inherent rights.
Thanks, Nuno. Yeah, kind of terrifying example. And you would hope that Amazon Ring doesn't start striking partnerships with police in other countries. And it made me think of one thing as well, is these doorbell cameras are often deployed in relatively rich, non-diverse neighborhoods. So you end up with, an excess of law enforcement and policing in certain neighborhoods and not in others. And in that sense, you create a sense that a community is unsafe, or you create a sense of suspicion with your neighbors, which is extremely damaging to public trust in policing, to community trust, and tends to reinforce, existing structural inequalities and, unequal types of law enforcement. And, basically it's a form of predictive policing, when people who feel unsafe against certain, people or communities deploy these things for their own private security, and this is co-opted by the state in order to institutionalize this, this discrimination in a way. Yeah, this is it's quite concerning. Thanks so much, Nuno. Okay, do we have Ixtel online? Has she managed to join? Nope. Okay. Well, so let's move maybe to Dr. Patricia Bosch, if she is still with us.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. So, I mean, we'd like to hear from you. Well, so if you've got any other examples of these private technologies being deployed in certain African countries, we'd love to hear them. And in particular, due to your expertise, I'd love to hear how you think that existing and future laws, maybe data protection laws or other human rights laws in Africa, can help us to challenge these partnerships.
Well, I'll provide for a popular example of the deployment of our national ID, both in, I think most of African countries have deployed national IDs, biometric national IDs. And I'll give an example of Tanzania, my motherland, where, for example, the NIDA, this is the agency that deploys the national ID, provides, collect information, personal information that goes even beyond your personal information. For example, they will require information about your parents. For me personally, I was even asked about information about my grandmother and my grandfather. but that besides the point. The point I want to speak here is that after collecting this information, NIDA is sharing this information, for example, with banks, with phone companies, with the police actually, and other private and public institutions. And unfortunately, these contracts or partnerships are not available for public scrutiny. So personally, I do not know what information and with whom has been shared by NIDA and for what purpose. So that is one. So going back to the question of how, or is there a law or a framework that can assist us in overcoming or in sort of oversight these processing of personal data for surveillance contexts? Actually, there is. And for some reason, these laws or these frameworks are not very popular. Maybe they're not being promoted or spoken of so often as they should. We have for example, in Africa, we have the Declaration of Principle of Freedom of Expression and Access of Information in Africa of 2019, I think. Yes. For example, this law, I would like
I think we've lost Patricia. Patricia, can you hear us? Little sound problem. Sure, it'll come back pretty quickly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. I don't know where I broke off.
So you were talking about the fact that laws exist, but they're not necessarily used and enforced, and you were talking about the law on freedom of expression in particular.
Okay, so I wanted to read from the law itself so that I don't go beyond the context. Principle 41 of this declaration provide for privacy and communication surveillance, and it provide for a strong framework to protect and oversight any communication surveillance that is conducted within certain contexts. It says, states shall not engage in or condone acts of indiscriminate or untargeted collection, storage, analysis, or sharing of personal communication. And then it goes further saying, states shall not engage in targeted communication surveillance that is authorized, should only engage in targeted communication surveillance that is authorized by law, that conforms with international human rights law and standards, and that is premised on specific and reasonable suspicions that a serious crime has been or is being carried out or for any other legitimate aims. So this basically provision was provided in context of surveillance for let's say judicial purposes or crime investigation, but it also applies in the context of public and private surveillance partnerships, that there has to be, first of all, 4 things. There has to be a law that permits such partnership to be created. That is one. And the second one, there has to be an oversight mechanism. Something that also Dorothy explained or brought up in her presentation. There has to be an oversight. But from the Dorothy presentation, I gather that the idea of oversight is preferred or has been referred to parliamentary oversight. But when you look at the international standards, the preferred oversight mechanism is considered to be appropriate when it does not involve executive. It has to be an independent body, either the judiciary or the data protection authority. It is proposed that executive wing should not be considered as an oversight body to make it sufficient. And the third one is that these frameworks should provide the data subject with the ability to bring out a complaint. There has to be an avenue where data subject is able to approach and bring out a claim or a complaint of their personal information being processed in surveillance context without either their consent and knowledge or without having a law that permits such partnership to be created in the first place. And third, whether these surveillance activities really need to be take place in the first place. And the last aspect from the four aspects that need to be considered in such a framework is the effective remedy. I think it's Catherine or maybe Dorothy spoke about, there is, I think it's Dorothy spoke about the parliament having power to some extent to oversee these activities, but the problem is lack of remedy. There were no proper lack of remedy prescribed for such, let's say, breach of human rights for persons whose personal information is being processed for surveillance activities. So these four aspects are provided within this Declaration on Principle of Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa. So the framework is there, but it's not as popular as, let's say, data protection acts. The same thing is also happening, I'm just making reference to the EU. There is the General Data Protection Regulation of 2018, and apparently not so popular. They have another regulation which also came into force at the same time with the GDPR. These other regulations provide for the standards for processing of personal data in the context of surveillance. And this regulation also provides for the four safeguards when a personal information is processed for surveillance activities. And those four is similar to this declaration. There has to be a law that permits for such partnership to be created, oversight mechanism, the right of the data subject to bring a complaint, and the last is effective remedy. But how do we, for example, implement such a framework? The first point will be, as mentioned by Catherine and Dorothy, there has to be transparency. If we do not know what kind of partnership exists, all what I've explained about the framework will not function. Because first of all, we have to know there is this partnership to be able to determine whether there's a law that supports such partnerships to be formed. And secondly, we have to know the existence of these partnerships to be able to see whether there is a proper oversight over them. And thirdly, a data subject cannot enforce their rights to data protection if they do not know promote it. In this context, is transparency when it comes to these partnerships. I personally, I think in 2020, I heard in the parliament that NIDA, the agency that deals with the national IDs, had more than 250 memorandum of understanding with public and private organizations to share personal information that was collected for the purpose of the IDs. But those memorandum of understandings are not in public. I personally have never seen one, and I do not know which other organization receive or have access to my personal information and for what purpose, for example. And so, for example, if one of these memorandum of understanding, or all of them were made public, or were at least given the idea of what organization has such partnership with NIDA, it will be easier even for me to go or to approach those organizations and be able to say, I believe you have my information because you have access to NIDA information, and I want to see if my information is correct. Or I want to know for what purposes are you processing my personal information. And so the first thing is to have these partnerships, to have a law actually that oblige that these partnerships be made public so that other aspect of that can allow for, let's say, oversight, right enforcement, effective remedy can then follow. But without having this aspect, without having transparency, it will be very hard to even be able to track where personal data is, for what purposes is the personal data processed for, even to be able to inquire whether there's an oversight mechanism or even to enforce such rights. But the other aspect is what I've seen in at least two data protection acts in Africa. One is an act and the other one is a draft bill, is the data protection from Algeria and the draft bill from Namibia. These two laws provide specifically that whenever personal information is processed in context of exception by law enforcement or for surveillance activities, the Data Protection Commissioner has the right to oversee those activities. And this includes an obligation for the data controller to provide or to maintain record of all processing activities that involves surveillance. In which case, at the point when let's say data subject or data protection commissioner feels like the law, the Data Protection Act or Data Protection Law has been breached, Data Protection Commission is in a position to recall the record of processing and assess whether all requirements have been adhered to, and if not, enforce them. So I'll also urge that there is also a need to have the Data Protection Commissioners given the power to oversee also these activities, to be able to provide or to oversee what is being done and whether these processing activities in the context of surveillance adheres to the principles which aims at protecting privacy and data protection. I will hand it over back to you, Lucy.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Yeah, I mean, you made a great point of transparency being the foundational principle that is required for any of us to be able to even start comprehending and knowing about these partnerships. And I think one complexity that I mean, if others have thoughts on this, I'd love to hear it, but one real complexity that we're dealing with is that we're dealing with tech companies, and tech companies, their most valuable asset is information, data, and the algorithms they develop. So they develop algorithms or software or systems that they protect with intellectual property rights. So when they sell these, access to these two governments, they claim that because of IP laws and IP rights, they can't disclose anything about how these algorithms work. But the problem is that the algorithm is really at the core of any technology and any data processing. So an algorithm will determine whether data is going to be processed with certain functions or with certain factors, and that will have an impact on the decisions that are made out of this data in the first place. So it's not just about the collection of the data, it's also how it's being processed in the middle. And we know that, algorithms are often developed in very white-dominated circles and companies where there's a high level of discriminatory bias and ingrained bias that makes its way into the technology. And if we civil society are not able to audit these algorithms, to understand how they work, then we cannot hold our governments to account when they make decisions based on those algorithms. So yeah, I mean, it's something that we come across in our work all the time, and is really difficult to work with, because there's laws that are against us as well. There's the laws of intellectual property, the laws of confidentiality that we can't really fight against. So it has to be a political decision by governments to only contract with companies when they're able to provide the level of transparency required for accountability. But maybe I can start taking questions from the audience, unless anyone has thoughts first.
Yes,
Dorothy, yes.
I want to add on what she has been saying in regards to the laws. In some countries, for instance, in Uganda, some laws are really weak or are vague and therefore cannot support scrutiny. For instance, we have a data protection law that was enacted in 2019. This is a law that's supposed to protect personal data, but within that law, there is an exception clause that exempts any data that is collected for national security, and CCTV systems or any sort of surveillance is always disguised as national security. So it becomes extremely hard for any data protection authority or the office bearer to be able to challenge or even question the sort of data that is being collected. The other is the vagueness and contradiction in the laws. For instance, as we are doing the investigation, one of the challenges we had was finding information, information that could really fit into the sort of questions that we had set ourselves to. Because today we have access to information law that would actually empower us to request for information from public officers. But on the other hand, we have the Secrecy Act that bars public officials from providing information. So there's this sort of contradicting laws that a public officer who does not want to give out information will flag the Secrecy Act, and they're right in their own way because the law bars them from providing information to anybody if they think they're not in the right position to do so. So these are contradicting scenarios and frameworks that really make it really hard even in the current state to really seek for scrutiny.
Yeah, and it's a very long game in the sense where even if you get a request refused on the basis of national security, you have the right to appeal, you have the right to challenge, but it takes so long, it takes so much resources, and for civil society organizations, we often don't have the time or the resources to spend on challenging these refusals. So even if the law exists, it's really hard to actually use it. Any other thoughts?
Can I also say something?
Okay.
But we have, Patricia first, maybe?
Yeah, you spoke of the problem that may be based on the fact that there's an involvement of technology and other laws like intellectual property rights, trademark rights and things of the sort. But there is almost always the provisions in the data protection laws that allows or gives a the data subject the right to be involved in the making of the decision that whenever there's automated process or processing of personal data. And this right goes beyond the requirement that the data subject should be involved in the decision making, but also gives the person or a data subject the right to object the decision that was made if the person was not involved in the automated data decision making. So I think that is there, but its implementability is, as you said, is something else, but the rights or the framework, the protection is there. But how is this protection being implemented, or how this right can be exercised? That is another question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have all these rights, but I think, only a small percentage are actually being enforced. Catherine, you wanted to add something?
So I wanted to highlight a few things. So I also wanted to highlight, I wanted to bring the issue of mandatory surveillance that's caused by certain laws in Africa. So for example, what I mean is a telecommunication company, for example, would be mandated to have interception of communications within their system. And that's something maybe even as a company, if you're not agreeable to, the law does mandate that you should have this. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be licensed in some countries like South Sudan, I think. And so that's also something that then now facilitates surveillance. And because these companies want to operate in this environment, they often have to comply with these regulations. But I also wanted to raise the issue that you've just mentioned around the enforcement of the laws. So much as we might have like access to information laws and even like judicial oversight in terms of forcing certain disclosures. Again, you might also have a government that runs with impunity and would not still give you the contract even after a court obliges, like has happened in Kenya, like even after a court has told you to disclose this thing, the government might still be like, you know, just very adamant about not giving it. But what I also wanted to raise was about redress. And I think that when we're asking for effective redress mechanisms, we must make sure that they speak to the subject. We must make sure that they speak to the user. And this is what I mean. So for example, in the case that I gave around Smartmatic, I forgot what their response was, but there was something they were required to do by the petitioners. And one of their responses revolved around and I think the thing that came to me mostly around that time was their country of incorporation and the difficulty in enforcement of certain orders. Oh, sorry, I remember what it was. The court gave certain orders, but the company didn't comply with them. And I think for me, it was even the time frame didn't allow like for you to follow up. But in a case like this, where maybe you might be trying to get some remedies against the company, if the redress mechanism that's initially set out, so for example, as a law, the governing law of the contract is one that is in the company's like center of incorporation, it might be difficult for you to, as a person, like to bear all this cost to try and really just implement your remedies, or even once you obtain those orders to enforce them because of the difficulty in which that remedy is designed. So I think that even as we're asking for effective redress mechanisms, we must make sure that they're cost friendly, they're accessible, so that you don't get the situation where you have these orders, you can't enforce them because the company that contracted with your government is registered in France or is registered in God knows where, and it becomes really difficult.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think redress mechanisms are one of the hardest things to design in a way that really works for people and that responds to, you know, how they've been affected. And that only comes through actual engagement with people who've been affected.
And I think also it might be solved by a human rights impact assessment that would help the design of any procurement law and procurement contracting actions.
Yeah. And learning from what goes wrong in order to better do impact assessments. Yeah. Awesome. Do we have questions from the audience, either in person or online? Yes.
Yes, we have questions online. So the question is, access to information laws in some countries requires governments ask third parties before disclosing information related to the company. And the company can simply refuse to agree with the disclosure. So a request for details about surveillance conducted by a company on behalf of the government is really avoided. The privacy
access to information laws in Africa allow that sort of avoidance. So that's the first question. Maybe if I could repeat, access to information laws in some countries require governments to ask third parties before disclosing information relating to the company, and the company can simply refuse to agree to the disclosure. So a request for details about surveillance conducted by a company on behalf of the government easily are avoided. Do the privacy access to information laws in Africa allow that sort of avoidance? Then the other question, please speak to the new surveillance laws referred to variously as chat control and online harms, or simply to protect children and reduce child sexual abuse material that will require a platform to break encryption and automatically proactively scan all text image that requires all encryption to be broken and undermines any facade of privacy and automatically reports suspicious findings to authorities. So I think you could pick on those two questions first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the question on freedom of information laws and the fact that companies can refuse that the government discloses information about them. I mean, that's the problem that we were just talking about. But does anyone want to take that because it related to specifically whether there's laws that can actually force disclosure?
Yeah, so the Access to Information Act, at least for Kenya, I would speak for the Kenyan perspective. So first, it's a right that's granted, unlike in the Bill of Rights, there are certain rights that are granted to everyone and rights that are granted to citizens. So in our Kenyan constitution, the access to information right is actually granted to citizens. So Kenyan citizens, that's the first limitation. Then the second, it's a right that you enforce against public authorities. And so it means that you're free to ask your government about the information, But for a private company, you're free to ask this private company if that information is necessary for the enforcement of another right. At least that's how it is for the Kenyan perspective. And so the idea is that the company might refuse in terms of like, because they're not really obligated to give you this information, or however there are like, how do you call it, jurisprudence around getting this information. But when it comes to the Data Protection Act, it's one that actually gives data subjects rights, because in the rights of data subjects, at least for us, is the data subject has like access requests, right? And so, and that's free, right? Like it's actually free, and there's a form for it in the regulations. And so if you're concerned about, like, let's say this company that's going to process our data, it is like they would now be mandated to then comply with a data access request vis-a-vis complying with maybe the option of, or like the problematic access to information request. That's just the tip of the iceberg. But they would, because for example, but some time back when Kenyans had to register for SIM cards, we did send out maybe just data access requests, because just to find out from the company their reason for processing whatever as registered subscribers, because as a registered subscriber, they would be mandated to give me this information. But if it is maybe like a freedom of expression, the access to information request, they might not necessarily do it unless you really prove that you need this information to enforce another right. So that's the sort of like balance. But yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's so difficult because you're really just faced with private interests that are so easily defended by various laws and various interests. Even governments try to protect these interests. And I mean, that kind of goes back to what we were discussing about the UN guiding principles and the varying degrees of responsibilities between states and companies. There's a real question of, should we expect companies to have the same level of responsibility as governments when their services are being used by governments, to deliver public functions or to deploy surveillance capabilities? And obviously companies would want to refute that and to refuse, but it's, I mean, it's something that I always wondered. Yeah. The second question was on online harms, a very thorny topic, especially, I mean, in our field, we always feel like there's this tension between protecting people online from online harms and privacy and security. And there's this idea that if you break encryption and if you remove encryption from messaging services or any kind of social media platforms, then law enforcement will be able to identify criminals and child sexual abusers. I have my views on that, but maybe I want to hear from anyone on the panel who has thoughts on what this tension, and is there a way to resolve it? And is it really just about breaking encryption? No. I mean, Nuno, you had thoughts at lunch today about this.
I can give it. No, obviously, like breaking encryption in order to try and solve the problem with online harms brings more harms than it solves it, and it's sort of an illusion that it will help find these issues. But we still need to have transparency about how these
how the tools are being used. Yeah.
How the tools are being used, basically. But this is how, like, we need to rely on some sort of security. Like, you can't just break encryption for one thing and not for the rest. And when you open up this Pandora box, it's sort of like a lot of bad things are going to come out of it. So
yeah.
Yeah,
and I mean, it sounds, it does sound like the easy solution to say, okay, well, do more encryption so we can look into everyone's communications. But if yes, you will end up maybe protecting some people from abuse, but you will also be opening up millions of other people to abuse who need this privacy, who need the security of communication.
And the thing is, making security like a widespread measure, like for people, because what we want is for someone to be able to connect to a service and be secured by default, right? We don't want people, like, of course, it's good for people to be informed about what's happening, but we want people to be secure by default, which means everyone needs to still educate themselves. But the people that we are trying to go after when we think of these measures, these people will find other ways of communicating. They will find other platforms that haven't been, or other encryption that hasn't been broken yet. And the people who will suffer are the people who were left behind, who expected to be protected in the first place. And I think this sort of a responsibility we all have.
Yeah, I wonder if there's, do you know of any laws in certain African countries that are starting to explore this online safety problem and are looking to downgrade the security of platforms? Yeah, Catherine?
Yeah, so I think the laws in Tanzania, but I need to confirm that. But there were, I think, and there are laws, there are studies that have been done just analyzing the laws towards encryption. But in Tanzania specifically, the Electronic Communications Act, there were some sections of it that were amended in terms of like registration. But still, again, the idea of it is just mostly, I didn't really know the motivations behind like encryption regulation and the motivation behind if you're providing things like cryptography or whatever, just any type of encryption, then now you need to, I think you need to inform people, basically the government, basically, that you're using these types of encryptions. And so I think for me that was a bit problematic. Yeah, but there are some laws in different countries within the African region that are now like trying to reduce protections on encryption.
Yeah. I mean, there's one in the UK that's been discussed for a few years now. There's new laws in the EU as well that are coming up on child sexual abuse content. So yeah, I feel like it's coming from everywhere, and we need to be very vigilant about not opening the Pandora's box, like you were saying.
And we should be also wary of the actors that are trying to do this, because there's actors who justify this on online harms, but there's also, like, for example, Iran, who tried to block Signal. So like you can see very much how it can go very wrong very quickly. And so this is like, it's good to have security as like as a base to make decisions and not question that base, because things crumble.
And going back to the main topic of this panel, there's a whole industry at the moment that is thriving on the basis of these new laws that are coming up, which is the digital ID and any kind of like identity verification services that governments want to use in order to break up the internet and protect certain pockets of the internet from people who are underage from accessing them. And we need to question how these services work, because sometimes they develop technologies which are assessing someone's age based on what they look like or what their behavior is online. And that's in itself a massive invasion of privacy. So we really need to think about, yes, how do we ensure the security of children, of people online, without basically giving up all of our other civil liberties and human rights in the meantime. Any other questions? Physical audience, we have 3 questions. Yes.
Yes, I think in my case, I could like to point out that instead of partnerships, we have data availability gaps.
Sorry, could you speak in the microphone, because we can't hear very well from here.
In my case, I think we have data gaps instead of partnerships, because like now the partnerships we are talking about, it's like the one Catherine talking about, the IBC partnering with a company in France, and it doesn't give the open data on how the elections were conducted. Now, the kind of partnerships we have currently in the public sector are partnerships that are essentially independent media. Like now in Kenya, there's a case whereby the government is telling the media that it is the one which is going to give them the data, and they should be going to the national or the government media. The other thing is that in our case, in the elections, it is the civil rights defenders who went to court, and now there was a lot of judicial injustices or actions, judicial actions whereby they could partner with the government instead of, carrying out the necessary civil laws. Actually, in the data gaps, it's very present because the kind of the data we need is a data that will help in human lives, in saving people's lives. Like we have the SDGs, which are not now squarely addressed, like the climate change, we need water. If we can have data on how to get groundwater, that would be the data which will really help in people's lives and on human rights. Those, I think, are the global present challenges in data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think if I got the gist of what you're saying is we need to balance the need for open data and data to, protect certain human rights and develop public services and save lives sometimes, because data can be necessary for that. We need to balance that with protection of personal data and protection of its abuse by governments and corporations for other human rights abuses. Do we have any other questions?
Yes.
Yes, over here. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the one giving out the mic, so.
I have the mic.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was Chris speaking.
My name is Mike. I want to address myself to the matter. Number one, of the forms. Many people are registering or they are gathering data. And of course, like most times when you want a service, you really have very few options. You want a ticket to the next capital. You want an ID. You want a bank account. You want a school admission. You want a visa. So somebody determines what you want, what they want you to fill up. And you don't have the power to say, I won't fill this, because the moment you don't fill it up, so it means the service has been denied. What would you advise when an individual is not comfortable with providing some data? What do you want them to do? What would you advise them to do? They want the service, but they're not comfortable with what they're providing. Number two, the Global South finds itself in a bothering position, especially from the tech companies today that are gathering most of this data. Sometimes automatically you want to get some app, somebody asks you if you can register using Facebook or Google or Twitter, some other company which has been gathering information about you. So this particular company gives you an outlet to fill up quickly and you get the service. But in terms of knowing the fiduciarities or details of why and what, and you don't know what they're going to use this data for the next time. So you find that there is an imbalance of power in terms of the tech people, the tech companies, the tech giants, and the people who are not very literate necessarily, or the people who don't have actual, even if they give the consent, they don't know what they're giving actually. So what do we need to do at this point in time when we know that data is a big deal?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, if we can just answer this one quickly, because I think we might be able to approach it relatively quickly. And it's basically about what can we do? What powers do we have as individuals, either to refuse providing all the data that's requested of us? What questions can we ask? What can we do? Does anyone have thoughts on that? Dorothy? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think you raise a legitimate question of power imbalance when it comes to both the use of techie for between companies, governments, and then the citizens. Indeed, there's a lot of power imbalance, but then the only neutralizing factor for us is the laws that are supposed to protect us, and also making sure that we as citizens get to know these laws, that we are empowered to be able to ask the right questions, and also demand for better transparency and safeguards for our data. Otherwise, this is why we are talking about data protection laws so much, even when they're not the magic bullet, because we need to have trust. You know, there's need to have trust with the companies that collect our data, with the governments that collect our data. You know, and these companies have to be very transparent in terms of how are they going to use our data, what data are they collecting, and in case this data is abused, how are we going to be, what are the redress mechanisms that we are going to use to be able to protect ourselves and seek remedies. So we can't run away from the data that's being collected, but I think we need to have that power balance that should be neutralized by the different legal frameworks that can support us. Unfortunately, many of the legal frameworks do not strike that balance. So even when they're in existence, they do not really give us that so much power, but also the lack of awareness that citizens data subjects are not aware that they can even demand for safeguards. You know, you go to data collection points and they demand for all this information, but then you're so powerless that you can't refuse. Like you said, you need a service, you know, before you know it, all the services, the public services that are very crucial to human lives, data consuming. You know, you need to present, for instance, a national ID for Ugandan case and so many other countries. You need to be enrolled in that and in the ID system for you to be able to access these services. But these are not just systems, these are database systems that consume a lot of our data. You know, this data you're supposed to use the same system to go to access a bank account, to access a SIM card, you know, to access a health service. All this is information. So we need to demand for better safeguards through the legal frameworks. Okay, if the legal frameworks are weak, then we need to also demand for improvement of these legal systems, because it's the only neutralizer that can help us.
Yeah, and I think we have.
Can I also say something?
We're allowed to. Oops, sorry, Patricia.
Sorry.
Yes, right.
Also, in addition to what Dorothy just said, I think in this era where technology is processing a lot of data, is scraping data from different online platforms, it is important for an individual to be proactive in protecting their personal information, in sort of limiting the invasion of their privacy. First of all, in terms of data protection, also awareness will be very, very important in this context, because you have principles, for example, data minimization. Let's say from the person who asked the question, we want to get, for example, voter IDs, and then in the form that you have to fill in, they ask for your names, they ask for different aspects, but then again, they ask for your phone number. You will ask yourself, you want a national ID, I mean a voter's ID, for what purpose do they need your phone number for? That is one step, or one thing that you can think of when you are submitting or when you are giving up your information. Look at what kind of services you want to acquire and what type of data they need, and whether your data or the data required correlate with the services that you want to receive. And then you can be able to question the limitation or the amount of data that is requested, and be able to, let's say, to say no and have a legal background to back you up in those contexts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, so it's about asking questions and trying to understand for ourselves what the purpose is. And I mean, and in the same time, you shouldn't, blame people too much if they don't have the time and the energy to seek this information and to understand this information. So there's also an onus on companies to be open and transparent and listen, listen to what their customers want, which is, protection of their privacy, limitation on their collection of personal data. How are we doing with time? I'm not sure how much time we have left. We're meant to be done soon. Yes, over here.
I'll be very quick. I wanted to direct a question at Catherine, but everybody in the panel, but Catherine in particular, because you brought up the idea of the allocations of rights via citizenship. And it made me think about the current controversy that's going on surrounding Project Nimbus, which is a public-private partnership between Google and Amazon Cloud and the Israeli government, particularly the military, essentially to create the most advanced AI and machine learning tools for digital surveillance. And the reason it triggers me is because of the legal definition of citizenship in the Israeli state. And obviously it's exclusion of those of Palestinian descent without renunciation of their identity. So you have a population that's living in the borders of Israel that can't necessarily become citizens, and the political fallout from that. So I was just curious about your feelings about creating sort of rights frameworks and attaching those legal statutory protections to citizenship rather than maybe location or identity, the way you see in the framework of GDPR, where the location of anybody who could possibly have contact with the EU is covered. So that's what I wanted to talk about or hear your thoughts.
Okay, so I think if they wanted to, I think in the framing, because it's in our constitution, that's how it is. And to amend it is a really wrong process. And if they wanted to, and I think the drafters knew the whole point of using the word citizen over the word resident, right? So in like legal terms, resident is any person, any lawful resident who is residing in Kenya lawfully, right? And it could be both citizens, anybody who immigrated and is residing here lawfully. And so their decision to give this right to our citizen meant they just wanted the citizen, the Kenyan citizen, to then hold the government accountable for the disclosures that they want. I think ideally, we also asked this question, like in the human rights class, why most of everything else is like every person, which means whether you're lawfully resident or not, you can access healthcare, you can like access judicial services, fair administration, but for the access to information, they specifically said the rights belongs to a citizen. And so I hear your concerns, because then it means other people can't really ask disclosures of the government. But I guess maybe from the government's perspective, and I didn't speak for them, it would be that maybe they wouldn't have data that's of interest to a person who's not their citizen. I didn't really understand what informed the phrasing of the word citizen vis-a-vis resident. But for the Israel case, I mean, again, it's also very serious in terms of the Palestinians then who live across the Israel border might not be able to get redress. Already, it's very difficult for them to probably get redress from the Israeli government. And so I think then in that sense, the company, if you're a company, I don't think you're really going to get into the politicization of what a country and a country's government has decided. I mean, I don't think it's in the interest of Google or Amazon to then now say, we want to give this rights to everyone in Israel. I mean, they're a for-profit company. They have responsibilities to shareholders. And so if they come here and the thing is like this, they're probably just going to comply with it. And so then that means that your targeted advocacy must be towards the entity that holds the power to define that right for everyone else. And so in the Kenyan context, yeah, it's probably one of the very few rights in the Bill of Rights that's afforded to citizens. But and there's that very strong distinction about who a citizen is, and even a strong distinction between a citizen in form of a company and a citizen in form of a natural person in terms of the access to information jurisprudence. Like, it's a really big thing for Kenya in that sense, but yeah.
So thank you so much. We'll have one question online and one question physical, and then we'll wrap it up at that.
Thank you. My question is in regards to enforcement. Okay, so our legal structures are not that robust locally, but on a regional basis, we've seen European courts fine big tech companies huge amounts of money for breaches and privacy breaches or legal breaches. Have actors, and I'm talking about the community-based organizations, NGOs, think tanks, and alike, have you been in a position where you have sought redress from regional courts, like the African Court of Human Rights, or even the East African Court of Justice, and say that it was impossible to have enforcement? This is in line actually with a point Catherine raised about enforcement, where a company is registered abroad, but they render services here in partnership with the government. That's my question. Thank you.
Anyone wants to take this one?
I don't know, maybe Patricia can help me, but according to myself, like the East African Court of Justice, the ACHPR, I'm not aware, personally, let me just put it like this, I'm not aware of any case that was taken against a company. I'd probably be aware of cases that are taken against governments for certain actions and certain like human rights deprivations. Also, I would need to check to confirm, but the ACHPR, I think, is a remedy against, is it a remedy against states redress only, or just companies?
Which one, sorry?
The African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I know you can present like a communication and something. I would just need to confirm if you could also use the same redress mechanism against a company, because most of the communications that I read are usually against the state in violation of one act. But I know that actions that civil society organizations have taken is really to then lobby or to act cross-borderly. So then that would mean to bring a human rights case within that country if it has an office and is resident in that country. So for example, I know of cases where a South African had to file that case in San Francisco, maybe to enforce some disclosures in terms of they were getting harassed and they wanted to know who the person behind the account. And so they got some orders in the High Court of South Africa, but they needed to enforce those orders. And so they had to enforce the orders where the defendant was resident, which is San Francisco. There are other cases as well where people have had to file their cases in Dublin. So as to whether you can utilize the regional mechanisms for the companies, I'm not very sure. You would have to check in whether the regional mechanisms themselves allow for that. But what civil society organizations also do is they work with other civil society organizations in the states or countries in which those companies are like incorporated or resident, and then they file their cases there, which then makes this whole process very expensive in that sense. So if you're trying to enforce a remedy, you probably might, right now actually Facebook is being sued in Kenya for a different reason. And so even if they get the orders, I think one of the things would be they're being sued in Kenya, mostly because the act that happened in Kenya. So it gives them nexus to sue in Kenya. But whether they're going to be able to enforce those orders once they get them is something they would probably have to do in any of the offices where Facebook is resident. So they might get the orders from the Kenyan courts, but they would still have to go a step in terms of enforcing those orders. So that's why I think it's like a, you know.
Yeah. Enforcement against very tough. Yeah, Patricia.
Yeah, in terms of the regional jurisdiction on these matters, unfortunately, at the African Union, it's a bit tricky because it has only jurisdiction to those countries that have sort of given it permission by signing and depositing an instrument giving the African Court of Human Rights jurisdiction. And so for countries that has not signed those instruments, the African Court does not have jurisdiction, in which case such actions cannot take place. And again, most of our regional economic communities have been stripped of their human rights jurisdiction. And so if it's a question of human rights, then you cannot also go to courts within, for example, SADC or East African community. So that's also another problem.
So thank you so much. The final question is coming online, and it's a two-in-one question. So you'll follow it up. You'll answer the first question, then I'll do the second bit where you'll answer it as you give your final remarks. So what redress does someone have if a telco discloses your data to someone who requests for it, and this person is able to track your whereabouts via your phone accurately and have detailed records of all your whereabouts, especially when the telco is a monopoly with deep pockets? So a build-up to that is that the focus has been on companies choosing to partner with governments for surveillance. What are the panel's thoughts on companies who do not provide surveillance product but are required to disclose data that they hold to police/governments in response to requests or mandates, who then subsequently use it for surveillance and human rights abuse? For companies to refuse potentially means the company cannot provide the service product to the population anymore, but can put individuals at risk. So if you could answer those and align them with your final remarks. Thank you.
So I think this was briefly addressed before when, if I understand the question is, we've addressed the situations where companies choose to partner with governments, but what about the situation where they're required by law or by legal process requests to disclose data to police or governments? And I think you addressed this briefly before, Catherine, especially telecoms companies.
Yeah, so I think the person asked the questions also relating to a telecommunication company, but I think that there are two scenarios. The first scenario is where there is no, so basically, for example, I'll give the Kenyan concept. So in Kenya, the KICA, Kenya Information Communications Act, it basically provides for assistance to the investigation and assistance basically for telecommunication providers. But the idea here is, and it's something that was raised by Dorothy and Patricia, was that there needs to be some sense of judicial oversight. So in the sense of the company is not supposed to just receive a request from law enforcement. The request is supposed to go through an independent oversight authority like the court. So they're supposed to, the police, the law enforcement authority is supposed to make the request to the court, and then the court is supposed to grant interception or warrants that allow for this interception. The difficulty is that in Kenya, it might be the courts. In other countries, the way it is framed, I think I was looking at interceptions in Tanzania, for example, and I'm not picking on this country, it's just the one that comes to mind because I read it earlier during the year. I think theirs is it has to do with the police. So it's who then gives the authority for interception of communication that then now creates a level of oversight. If it's the judiciary, then there's an additional level of oversight. If it's not, and it's an executive affiliated, like the director of public prosecutions or something like this, then it then reduces the nature of oversight. But then there are also, again, within Africa, laws that require telecommunication companies to actually have equipment that can intercept the communications themselves. As to whether they would require some sort of oversight in order for them to then intercept the communications is still something I have to confirm. For example, in South Sudan, I knew that the law might require them to have this telecommunication equipment, but as to whether there needs to be some sort of oversight for them to be able to get then the information is what's different. But interestingly enough, there was a study that was done by Privacy International in 2017 that then started to look at the interception of communications by security agencies in Kenya, looking at telecommunication companies. And the idea was that sometimes they don't really obtain the warrants for them to be able to obtain the communication. They sort of do it the other way around. They obtain the communication. And this research was done in sort of like a counterterrorism environment. So the police in counterterrorism, so they obtain the information and then they find a way to legalize it and then probably get their warrants and stuff like that. And there also have been interesting remarks by this new government around the interception of communication and the use of WhatsApp and Signal. But I think the idea here is that the framework might be there, but the implementation of the framework might be a little bit difficult. And what you come to realize is that companies are, what you were saying is that there is an imbalance of power sometimes between the state and the company, because the company would require to get the license from the state, and to get the license, they invest a lot of money and they need to renew the telecommunication licenses for them to reap their profits. And it's for them to then now figure out, that's the why it's easy for them to comply as opposed to not comply, because they're in this for money really. And so it takes external push, but sometimes corporates can't fight back. They can't fight back. I tend to think they can fight back. They fight back together as a unit, as opposed to just one telecommunication company that's afraid to lose its license in that sense. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Catherine. Patricia, any final thoughts? Oh. Okay, any final thoughts from anyone on the panel?
Yeah, I just want to give the Ugandan experience. I think it's similar to what Kathleen has said, but the law is different and the practice is also a different thing. Because similar to Uganda, we have a regulation of interception of communications act that really mandates all telecom companies to intercept communications. But before any state or authority or police use this data, they need to really get a court order, so the courts are the oversight, body for this. But we've seen in instances where, they first get this information and then in the process of forcing somebody to break into their computer, they then seek for a court order. So it's done the other way around, the court order comes after the information has been accessed. But then for the public, for the private, entities, somebody can go to court and also seek a court order to be able to access information from telecom companies. But because of sometimes because of the corruption, and lack of transparency, you find that many bypass these processes and use internal insiders to be able to access the information before really getting a court order. Yeah, but the law is there to really on how to access what is data from telecom companies. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like to finish by saying thank you so much for having me here. It's been really an honor and really a great experience. I've learned a lot, and I just wanted to leave something final. Maybe there's people here who've been on the masterclass we did this morning, but in case you want to learn a bit more or equip yourself with some more materials, like in the past over the public-private partnerships we've looked at PI and with partners and Unwanted Witness, we've sort of compiled a list of a handbook that allows you to analyze these public-private partnerships, and another handbook with potential safeguards that, although each public-private partnership is unique and they're all very different, there are these common threads that you can use to try and understand them, question them, think what could be done like before they're implemented. And I would just like to leave it up there, that the resource.
Yep, they're on our website somewhere. We can share the link with anyone who wants to. Patricia, did you want to conclude with any final thoughts? Otherwise, we can wrap up.
Yes. First of all, I would like to really thank you for having me this time again. And lastly, I would like to say that I think at the end of the day, it's a personal initiative to be able to protect our own privacy and data, which are processed in terms of surveillance. And also, I have one example from a case that from South Africa, maybe some of you would like to see. It provides for a typical framework that is provided, usually found in data protection, in telecommunication laws in Africa, but also provide for what is an ideal framework. So one can read there and be able to see what is there around and how such frameworks could be formed to be able to provide a sufficient framework for protection of privacy and data in terms of in the context of surveillance. Other than that, I would also want to insist on proactivity of a person in terms of protecting their own privacy, especially online. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine, if you want to say some last words.
I think thank you for having us and for being such a great audience, but also just the question that was asked earlier around just what things can you do? I think, of course, if you need the service, you would then now be mandated to just comply. You could make complaints if they're not like a visa, because then they would always deny you a visa. So, I mean, if it's not a visa you want, you could make complaints or just maybe you could try and make an anonymous complaint to the commissioner and see if anything works. Our commission's pretty proactive. She's investigating 40 digital credit providers. So she might get to your request at some point. Yeah, but yeah, I think that's it.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you to the audience. I hope you've gotten some key points from the discussions today. It sounds like we always need to come back to fundamental principles of human rights and international human rights law when we think about any technology that is deployed in public. And these are principles of legality, necessity, and proportionality. So whenever you're faced with a technology or faced with a collection of data, ask yourself, is this necessary? Is this proportionate to the aim that it's trying to achieve? And is it legal? Is there a law that allows the government or a company to do what it's doing? And it's sometimes hard to feel like you have the power to challenge these things because yes, there's, as we've said many times, so much power imbalance in this whole world, especially between citizens and their governments, but also between companies and citizens. But if we remember that we have rights and that we need to keep speaking about these rights and do our best to enforce them, maybe we'll achieve something. Thank you so much for your attention and attendance, and I'll hand back to our wonderful MC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insightful discussion, and we really appreciate you for your time. Thank you so much. So, ladies and all right, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's we are at the tail end of this event. So, I really appreciate you for your time. I hope you can hear me clearly. You can get me online as well, confirm. I hope you can hear me. So thank you so much. And today the things are getting a bit thicker. So today I'll have to sit down, just give you a synopsis so that as well I can have a feel of what we guys have been discussing this past 2 days. So we started off with a roadmap. The roadmap started in April this year, where we did the launch and the venue partner announcement. We followed it up with the Southern Africa engagements, then the Eastern Central African engagement. Then yesterday we came to the 4th Privacy Symposium, in which we delved into master classes
our first master class was utilizing data while safeguarding women safety online. Then we did wonderful opening remarks along the way. Then they did the first panel on data, digital idea, and humanitarian works. We did a presentation on a research paper. Then the second panel on data sovereignty in the cloud and cross-border data transfers. Today, I really appreciate our panelists who joined us and the Honorable Member of Parliament who did our welcome remarks today. We really appreciate her for her efforts and joining us today. Our third panel was on artificial intelligence, and we delve into machine learning, balancing benefits and respect to the right in data-driven economy. The last panel today, which has just been here, delved on human rights concerns related to private surveillance partnerships and necessary safeguards. So tomorrow we are on the final day of this particular program, and the masterclass for tomorrow's session will be on legal and protocol considerations. So we are going, you could see it's a synopsis of where we're coming from and where we're heading. So we'll do a masterclass on legal and practice in the morning, have a keynote address. Then we have the GIZ panel, which will deal on how to effectively achieve compliance as small businesses in Kenya, debate and highlights from the AU. Then we'll have a conversation with the data regulators. We've been having talks on regulation and the like. And finally, we'll wrap it up tomorrow with a scorecard. What's a scorecard? I would say a scorecard is we are looking at ourselves, getting ourselves where we are at and what we are doing. So we'll review last year's privacy scorecard and also review this year's privacy scorecard, which will entail the findings that you've gotten from basically the scorecard was based on the need to evaluate the level of data protection compliance by private actors in Kenya and Uganda. So they took privacy policies of a total of 12 companies, 6 in Kenya, 6 in Uganda, and they'll actually measure in areas into the privacy. So general, they'll give you recommendations and the like. So basically that's a synopsis of what you've been doing all through. I hope you've been enjoying the sessions all through. I'd like at this point to appreciate our organizers, that's Unwanted Witness, the civil rights society in Uganda, that is a non-governmental organization that works at the interface of technology and human rights. I'd also like to appreciate the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology here at Trustmo for bringing this particular session with us. I'd also wish to appreciate our sponsors and our supporters for this particular program. That's Unwanted Witness, that's Privacy International, Mozilla Foundation, KitNet, APC, D4D Hub, Bowman's, Civil Rights, and other sectors on board. So I'd also wish to wrap it up with saying, follow us at tweet, take the photos, share the photos at hashtag PSA 2022. You can follow us at still in our Twitter handle at Africa Privacy for the Privacy Symposium Africa. We have at Facebook at Africa Privacy. We have a website at privacysymposium.com where you'll get all the interactions, all the bios of this particular panelists who've engaged us. Then also you can follow us at Unwanted Witness. That's at Unwanted Witness, and see what they're doing, what the engagements they're bringing in, and also on Facebook on unwantedwitness.uj. Finally, we'll do also start at CPIT, follow us and join us, engaging us. I wish you a lovely evening, and I wish to have an insightful day tomorrow. So good evening, and see you tomorrow early morning. Thank you so much.